Let's start the Spider-Man set review. We're going to do it during our subathon. It is day 5. And we're going to talk about the cards, which actually that's such a misleading statement. For the last hour, I've been talking about the cards because we were talking about how there's 193 cards in the set. 39 of them are Spider-Mans and Spider-Pigs. Like 13 of them are symbiotes. And then there's a bonus sheet with a bunch of cool stuff on it. Some of it's very easy to read and good cards and great choice. Look at the comeuppance art. That's funny. And some of it is not. Some of it's definitely not. The Spider-Man set was supposed to be an aftermath booster or epilogue booster. So kind of like what they did with Assassin's Creed and what they did with March of the Machines, the Aftermath, and what they were going to do with the big score in Thunder Junction, but they rolled it into the set. So what they had to do for this set is they had to make a bunch of extra cards to pad it, to make it draftable. And they said, you know what, you can draft it with 8 people, but we're going to say that this set is supposed to be drafted with 4 people at a table. So keep that in mind, because my set review, I'm going to be talking about these cards that are coming to Arena in the context of draft and Commander/Brawl, and I guess a little bit in Standard, but I really don't think that this set has that much designed for Standard in it, because I have a feeling that as an Aftermath booster, it was just supposed to be a Commander product. I think it was like legit supposed to be just like Assassin's Creed. No pre-con, no nothing. That said, there is also another bundle of cards that is not draftable, that is not in the boosters, but is Spider-Man, and it's the Spider-Man Eternal cards, which are in these starter decks, these little sample decks. These are things you get for free by going to your LGS. You get to pick a color, and then you have the cards. But not all the cards in these are standard legal. There's a couple legendaries, especially. There's a couple non-legendaries as well, that are just not standard legal. I do not know if those cards are coming to Arena, but I do know that every card coming to Arena from the actual set, like this is the set symbol, is going to be changed. They don't have to change the name on all of them, because not all of them have like Anti-Venom or Spider-Man or something referenced in the art that is trademarked. But they do have to change the art in all of them. So every single card is going to be the Universes Within, or Through the Omen Paths, version of those cards. We don't get to see those right away. Those are going to be released on Monday. Are the cards in this Commander legal? Yes, every card in this is Commander legal. I got these sent to me by Wizards of the Coast. Thank you, Wizards of the Coast. But hopefully that'll help with the explaining the various legalities of cards. If you go to just Scryfall here, you'll see there's Marvel Spider-Man, Spider-Man Eternal. Those are some of the ones in those decks, but not all of the ones in those decks. And yeah, these cards specifically, Commander legal, might not be coming to Arena. We don't know, but they're not going to be in drafts. So for now, let's just not talk about it. We'll talk about the bonus sheet, because these are coming to Arena. And by the way, these are coming to Arena with their regular art. So like for one of them that's new to Arena, like I think Comeuppance is new, we're not going to be getting this Marvel art. We're probably getting one of these 2 arts. I don't know which they'll choose. If I had a preference, I think I want the Karlov Manor art. That one looks good. That looks good. Yes, they have already told us that the cards we are getting in Arena, we're just getting the regular art for them, which is kind of nice because it means that you won't have to look at the like semi-illegible ones that are in the set. You'll just get the cards. What a weird set this is. And also it's very small. This set only has like 200 cards in it and a 40 card bonus sheet. So let's get started with white, with Anti-Venom, Horrifying Healer. This is supposed to be like a Phyrexian Vindicator type card. It's white. If you are mono white and limited, you can cast this card. And if you are not mono white and limited, good luck. luck. You're not going to be able to, because that thing is, that's a hard card to cast. You can definitely put this in a commander deck, though. And it's actually a pretty cool card. When it enters, if he was cast, you reanimate a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. And if damage would be dealt to anti-venom, it's prevented, and he gets that many +1/+1 counters. So I said it's kind of like the Vindicators. This is kind of cool for like a stop hitting yourself deck, where you're like having your things hit themselves. You could even put this in like a red-white commander deck that's themed around that. I think it could be kind of cool. In limited, I would only put this in if I was mono white, but I do think it's a good card for mono white. I wouldn't put it in a 2-color deck though, especially because like it's an if he was cast. You want to cheat this out, it's not going to work. How do I feel about it for standard? It's nothing. It's cool. If there's a burn deck that rises up in standard and a mono white deck can take the place, this is still probably too slow to do anything about it. Somebody's like wondering, can you use it as mono white reanimator? Yes, and there's at least 2 cards in white and a couple cards in colorless that let you freely discard cards in order to reanimate. You won't get on cast triggers, but that could be a cool way to like cheat in your Elish Norns and stuff. But it's also like the fact that this is 5 mana means you're not really going any faster than a regular reanimation spell in white. Late to Dinner, I believe, is a card that is 4 mana and reanimates a creature in white. So it's not like you're really doing anything outside the box with it. Could be cool against a Tifa deck, yeah, until she's a 400 with trample, and then she does nothing. All right. Arachna, Psionic Weaver. By the way, if I'm saying these names horribly wrong, I am sorry. I have read Spider-Man comics. When I was a kid, my dad used to subscribe to them. So the stuff that was printed from like 1996 to 1999, I probably read some of. But there were apparently multiple concurrent Spider-Man lines going on there. And I was mostly reading Hulk comics because that's what my dad liked. And those usually had very little plot other than, here's a guy, Hulk beats him up, Hulk gets stronger. Well, Hulk has to like first kind of start losing and then he has to start winning because it's Hulk. Arachne? I like Arachna. Arachne's cute though. Psionic Weaver. It's one of the various spidered men's. It has web slinging. So this is our first introduction to web slinging. Web slinging is the blue-white mechanic. This is not like ninjutsu. It is the same speed as casting a regular spell. If you have a tapped creature in play, whether you tapped it or you attacked with it or anything like that, you may return that to your hand as part of casting this spell and cast it for a lower cost. It is a cool way to get additional enter the battlefield abilities, which is nice for this, which even has an enter the battlefield ability. You can do like some juggling. Is it the Bant mechanic? Technically, I think it's either blue-white or, and then I think green-white also has some related stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you could use it to like power something that has station, like a spacecraft. Too bad none of the spacecrafts and planets are that big. When it enters, you look at your opponent's hand and choose a type other than creature. Spells of the chosen type cost 1 more to cast. I actually do like this card and potentially like it in something that's like a White Weenies deck. It's not quite Thalia. It's a bit more specific. You have her enter. She looks at the opponent's hand. To me, that's huge. Looking at your opponent's hand, especially for as low as 1 mana, means you are getting information early. And then you're taxing. She's a 3 mana 3/3 or sort of a 1 mana 3/3. Maybe you're recurring and enter the battlefield. Maybe you're playing like a Thraben Inspector or something. And so like that enters, you get the clue, you put it back in your hand after attacking, and then you get Arachna. You're taxing your opponent, but you can't slow down your creatures, but you can slow down their board wipes. You can slow down their counter spells. You can slow down their planeswalkers. You can't choose land, no, because you don't cast lands. Oh, it's white-blue modified and white-green web slinging. Thank you so much for the clarification on that. You could choose land. Yes, this is like Thalia in that it is symmetric. but it is something you choose. So you are choosing something that will harm your opponent the most and help you the most. Yeah, you could choose land if it's like, I don't know what I want to pick. Nothing. Choose battle. Yeah, choose battle instead. But I like this. I do think it has a place in some Brawl decks. I think it's a kind of cool design. And I do like it for limited because it's showing your opponent's hand and it's decently statted. I don't think it's like amazing. It's a 3-mana 3/3, but I like the extra information. Aunt May. Banger card. Pretty damn good unlimited. Definitely going to see play in Constructed. Possibly even in Standard. Because we have a life gain theme in Standard. And I believe this is the second 1-mana Soul Sister in Standard right now. Because there's also Hinterland Sanctifier. It's like a bunny, I think. But this one also gives spiders counters. She's a Soul Sister. And just look at her. She made your favorite breakfast. Wheat cakes. Yeah, there's also a case as a 1-mana sister, but it's not a creature. Yeah, so it doesn't like trigger other ones. We have really good life gain payoff right now. Eris is the one that I'm thinking of, but there's some others too. There's the bats that grow. We have really strong pride mates. I think Aunt May, pretty sweet card. And I will say any 1-mana card that gains you life like this and limited tends to be pretty good. And on top of that, it buffs your spider creatures. Now, remember what I said before about how there's 40 Spider-Men? There are 40 spider heroes in the set. Now, how many spiders are there in the set? It's the same number, but some of them are not heroes, like this Spider-Human Advisor. But there's also some cards that make spider tokens. So I'm gonna just quickly put that in the search. The spider tokens would also, I think, get buffed. Dang, is that not how it's templated? Here, let me try Oracle token. Yeah, like this guy, this wall crawl comes with a spider token. Spiders Man comes with spider tokens. Spider Slayer apparently does something about the spiders, but it's not spider tokens. It kills spiders. It is named spider, so that doesn't count. Peter Parker, technically not a spider on the front side. It is on the back side if you cast it like this, but it comes with the spider creature, which would, I believe, get buffed by Aunt May. So yeah, Aunt May buffs a lot of creatures in this set. 40 plus of them if you include all these tokens. And it's a Soul Sister. I don't even know if there's life gain payoff, and frankly, I don't care. City Pigeon. I mean, it's really cute. This is a part of the, like, putting stuff back in your hand zoo mechanic, which rewards you a lot for web slinging. City Pigeon is a 1-mana 1/1 flyer, which, as you may or may not know, is one of my favorite kind of cards to put into a deck in Limited. It also has, when it leaves the battlefield, you make a food. So you play it on turn 1, you hit your opponent in the face, and then you put it back in your hand on turn 2 to Arachna, see your opponent's hand, and then you can even play it again on turn 2. Bam! More pigeon. Anyway, that's me going on Hot Dog Quest. That's my friend Sydney. That's my friend Princess. She's dignified. Costume Closet. It's a bunch of Spidey suits. Spider suit. 2-mana artifact, enters with counters, and you can, at sorcery speed, move the counters onto other things. Whenever a modified creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it dies, if it's being put back into your hand, it gets a counter back on it. We had a similar card to this in, I want to say, Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, and it was kind of a sleeper hit. The card turned out pretty well. I don't know how much modify payoff there is. I've seen like Penny, Parker, and Spider before. That seemed like a good one. This seems actually like it could be some pretty good value. I like it. I like it. I think it's kind of nice. I don't think it would be good enough for constructed, but I do think it's nice for limited. Not a highly pick, but like a decent pick, especially if you have good modify payoff. Or just like putting counters on pigeons. Yeah, it was green in Kamigawa, and I think it was a... Was it an enchantment? That might have still been an artifact. Daily Bugle Reporters, the people who work for our good friend Jonah Jameson. 4 mana, 2/3. When it enters, either put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures it can target itself. It's part of that modify, part of the bouncing it back into hand. Or return target creature with a mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. This feels flexible. It feels decent enough to me. And it's going to depend on how many cheap creatures you have. I think that this is fine, though. And it really just, like, you throw one of them in and it helps fill up the curve. Only a couple of these characters are named, but they show up in pictures. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not an expert on Spider-Man stuff, but I know who Flash Thompson is. And apparently every card with Flash in it, whether it's actually Flash or it's Agent Venom, who I just learned about today, has Flash. Because somebody at Wizards of the Coast thinks they're very funny. Are you funny? Which you're giving Flash Thompson Flash? They got jokes! They got jokes! Doesn't even feel like that much like a flavor joke. It feels like weird low-hanging fruit. When Flash Thompson enters, you can tap a creature, untap a creature at instant speed. He's a 2/2 with Flash, so he can be a surprise blocker. He could stop something from attacking you, or he could untap another one of your creatures for a block. In a weird jank situation, you could even flash him in, tap your creature, and then use that for spell or web slinging. I'm gonna get some water after the after I finish white. To the person in chat. That's fine. Yeah, it's a bear with upside. It's a good bear with upside. Friendly neighborhood. Oh, that's where Spider-Man lives, in a friendly neighborhood. And oh, look at the nice brownstones in the background. Yeah, that's very, like, Queens-ish. And it's Halloween. Guys, it's Ween. And look, the children are... Okay, I don't love that this guy's dressed as what appears to be Mysterio. You have some, like, kids dressed as, like, Avengers, and is that a Miss Marvel there? This is cute, though. This is cute. There's also some witches. Those are just witches, though. Oh, what does it do? 4 mana... Enchants a land. When it enters, you get a human citizen creature token. 3 of them. Oh, 4 mana to get 3 1/1s. Okay. Enchanted land has pay 1, tap, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. But that's not bad for limited. I would say that this has a place in some budget token decks. I could see putting this in maybe even Elspeth, because you make a ton of tokens and then you tap it and you buff up a flying token. Yeah, it goes well with Elspeth, the Storm Slayer. You think the Mysterio kid is an 8th grader being edgy? That's why the costume sucks so hard. You should tap at instant speed. Yeah, but that's to stop you from, like, doing it as a surprise trick. I think that would be too strong. Yeah, it is green and white human citizen tokens. The ones in New Capenna were not human. They were just citizens, but they were Selesnya. So I guess Selesnya is just like the citizen colors. Origins of Spider-Man. This card has a whole bunch of different art, so you can go look them up. If you don't know the origin of Spider-Man, he got bit by a radioactive spider. This is at least Peter Parker, the one that the people are most familiar with. It became a Spider-Man. Man-spider, perhaps. Spoilers. Yeah. What does it do? It makes a spider. Okay. Then... it puts a counter on a creature you control, and it becomes a legendary spider hero. If this is being played in a vacuum, you turn the spider into a hero instead of, like, your human token. And then a creature gets double strike until end of turn. I think this is a completely fine saga. I don't think it's super strong. It's not something I'd go crazy on, but it's fine. Yeah, where's the part where you see Uncle Ben die? You could turn Aunt May into a Spider-Man. You could have a spider that bites itself. Amy. What? I think it's fine for 2 mana. It's 2 mana, make a 2/1, buff a thing, and then give a creature double strike until end of turn. It's fine. It's not like crazy strong, it's just fine. Yes, you can turn the spider into the hero. It's cute. Speaking of spiders and heroes, this is Peter Parker. It's his origin. Peter Parker. You can cast this for either side. So this is a new type of card where they've actually retroactively made it so you can transform any double-sided MDFC like this, the modal double-face card. So you could either cast it, or you can transform it using its built-in ability, or you could, like, Moon Mist it. Moon Mist stonks up forever. Yes, but they made it so now you could, like, transform Lisette into Dina the Veen or whatever. Valentine. You guys know what I'm talking about. You can transform the Transformers cards now without having to more than meets the eye them. But it's hard. Could you transform Valky into Tybalt? Yes, but he would enter with no loyalty counters and disappear instantly. Also, you wouldn't have the emblem because it's when he enters. So don't do that. But you could. Okay, Peter Parker is a 0/1 that comes with a 2/1. Or he's a 4 mana Bant, Vigilance, and Reach that gives all your legendary spells that are 1 or more colors web slinging, which means you can essentially cast them for 3 mana so long as you have a tapped creature, but the tapped creature is not going to be him. Having 2 copies of Peter Parker's kind of great because you tap the Peter Parker in order to keep web slinging things and getting more spider tokens. I think overall, though, it's an okay card. I think it's fine for limited. It's like, oh, yeah, cool. You probably want to cast it as the front face so you get the 2/1 spider and then you get Spider-Man. I'm not sure how many super high cost cards you'll have in your deck to web sling out. But hey, maybe you're really greedy and you're running a Bant deck in limited and you also drafted Anti-Venom. Here's a way you could cast it more easily. But because he has Vigilance, it's actually going to be kind of hard to use him for the web slinging. Rent is due. Peter Parker does not have a lot of money. Peter Parker owes rent. 1 mana enchantment at the beginning of your end step. You may tap 2 untapped creatures or treasures you control. If you do, draw a card. And if you don't, sacrifice the enchantment. This requires a lot of setup. And it requires some, taxing your own stuff by tapping it down. It's kind of weird to me that it's specifically treasures. I don't even know how many things make treasures. I know Jonah Jameson does. I really don't know how good this is going to be in limited. To me, it's cool as a web slinging enabler. But it also, like, you can't play this on turn 1 and use it to, like, draw cards right away. It needs you to have already set up your creatures and be willing to tap them to draw a card. If you have treasures, that's cool. I can quickly check. Not Spider-Man Eternal. So, like, in Spider-Man, how many things make treasures and what colors are they in? So this references the treasures. This makes a treasure when it enters. This can make a treasure in upkeep. This makes a treasure when it dies. When a creature with menace attacks, you make a treasure. And you can sacrifice this to make a treasure token. J. Jonah Jameson in red and Ultimate Green Goblin are the only 2 real, repeatable ways to make treasures. So I would say, unless you have J. Jonah Jameson, you're going to be tapping your creatures. So It might get you some value. I think for the most part, it's not going to be worth it. If you have a tap-themed deck where you are rewarded for tapping your own creatures, I believe Hilda only rewards you for tapping your opponent's creatures, but there's probably some stuff that's like survivors and stuff. This could be a cute card to put in. I still wouldn't. Selfless Police Captain. Yeah, I think there's better card drawn constructed. Selfless Police Captain is a 2-mana 1/1 that enters with a counter. When it leaves the battlefield, you put its counters on something else. Goes very well with that costume closet. Lets you put more stuff on it and then get some of them back. It is a bear with an upside. It's fine. Penguin says there's a flavor conflict because rent is due is good with friendly neighborhood. That's so sad, but so true. Silver Sable, Mercenary Leader, 3-mana 2/3. When it enters, you put a counter on another creature, like this. And when it attacks, target modified creature, so the thing you put the counter on, gains lifelink. This seems very to me, because you have to be able to attack with her, which is tough because she's a 2/3. I think it's fine, but it's not that good. It's cool, though, that, like, you could put it back in your hand if you tap it, and then maybe do it again if you have some web sling. Speaking of cards with a lot of extra art, Spectacular Spider-Man has a bunch of different costume arts of different rarities. Spectacular Spider-Man's a 2-mana 3/2 with Flash. So great stats if you just want a beater. For 1 mana, you can give it flying. It's web slinging around. And for 1 mana, you can sacrifice it to give your creatures hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Definitely a solid card. Could see putting it into some decks, especially like Luris type decks that are bringing things back. You do have to pay 1 for its sacrifice ability, but I don't think that's bad. This is just a nice card. Is it like mind-blowing? No, it's just kind of nice. It's going to get you evasive damage in and protect the rest of your board. You're mad that this is an Is It card? Yeah, because like Spider-Man's, yes, he's a hero, but he's also like a nerd. And depending on which Spider-Man he is, he's like invented his web slingers and stuff. He's smart. He's a smart cookie. Spectacular Tactics. They're fighting a lizard. Is that Spider-Woman and like Miles Morales Spider-Man here? 2-mana instant. Put 1/1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains hexproof until end of turn, or destroy a creature's power 4 or greater. Seems fine for limited. It's a modal removal spell that kills a big thing or protects one of your things. Seems fine for limited. I'd throw one in a deck if I needed one. Maybe a couple, depending on how good the like big green stuff is. The more big boys you have or ways to buff big boys, the better this is. Oh, he has like lightning powers. That's how you know it's Miles Morales. Thank you. Not just based on the suit. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Spider Nerds in the chat. I know the lizard. He's my favorite Spider-Man character because he just wants to turn people into lizards. And he does in the set. Because being a lizard is better. He's turning everybody into a lizard to improve their lives. He's not a villain. He's a hero. They put the wrong type on him. Spider-Man, Web Slinger. It's yet another Peter Parker here. 3-mana, 3/3. Web slinging of 1. The most vanilla web slinging you can get. It's fine. It's a common legend. It is a common legend. We don't get many of those. Very, very few. It's kind of like Arachna, but common. Yeah, it doesn't have a good enter the battlefield ability. It's just there. I guess if you really want web slinging stuff, it has web slinging. It's a 3-mana 3/3 for the most part. You could play it for 1 mana, recurse stuff. You probably don't include it, though, unless you really, really have to fill things in. Popper EDH. Perfect. Spider UK. A British Spider-Man. He's a 4-mana 3/4 with web slinging of 3. At the beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card and gain 2 life. That's a pretty nice card draw ability. I actually like that more than Renters do, the rare. For limited, that's good. Not too hard to accomplish, especially with web slinging. Like that's pretty good card draw, and it gains you a little life. Stats aren't terrible. That seems solid to me for limited. Also, you get a British Spider-Man. If that's like a thing you want. If that's what you want, that's what you get. Starling, aerial ally. I don't know Starling. I guess she hangs with Miles. This is a 5-mana 3/4 with flying. When she enters, she gives flying to something else until end of turn, which you can see her dragging him around. Great. Is she blue or is that just lighting? Is she like a harpy? Is she a bird woman or is this a suit? Says she's a human. Beep, beep. She's birds. It's fine. If you want like a high-end flyer, there's your high-end flyer. How am I feeling? Positive or negative for Spider-Man? Man Spider. It is another common legendary. There's a lot of legendaries in a set. I should actually do a set Spider-Man, and not just is legendary, but is commander, I think is something you can do. Oh, that's for Eternal SPM. There are 79 cards that can be commanders in Spider-Man. Ew. Oh, that art is apparently a suit and bad lighting. She is not a purple woman. This is just them being dramatic with light colors. And no, it's not a set based on a story. This is a set based on like 40 different stories, maybe more. Which is part of why I feel flavor-wise it's kind of incoherent. There's too many Spider-Men. Sudden Strike. Yeah, like very few actual stories are being told in this. It's just like, here's the guy. Oh, what's interesting about the guy? Oh, it's here. Okay. Sure. Sudden Strike. Kick, kick, kick. That's Black Cat. I don't know who this is. Looks like a Spider-Woman. But I know that's not Spider-Woman. Did I already see this lady and forgot her name? Probably. Destroy target attacking or blocking creature. Yeah, it's fine. Limited removal. It'll hit things. That's Silk. Thank you. Thanks, chat. Now I'm going to keep asking Spider-Man questions. Thank you for telling me who it is. Yeah, it helps when they put their name in the flavor. Cindy Moon or Silk. And this is... So Thwip, we had to look this up. Thwip is apparently partially trademarked by Marvel/Disney, which means that this card probably does need to be renamed. This card, Sunstrike, I don't even know if this is a reprint or not. It doesn't. Thwip is gonna need a new name. Thwip is a 1-mana instant, gives a creature +2/+2 and flying, and if it's a spider, you gain 2 life. So this is like a jump effect. Those tend to be okay and limited. They can give you a surprise attack in the air, a surprise block, and just some extra good damage. Sunstrike is a new card. Cool. But I don't think they'll need to change the name of that for the in-arena set. This seems fine. You could run one of it if you want a combat trick. The more aggro you are, the better those China tricks are. Web up. Spider-Man has gooped this boy and his money and left a little card to be like, I put this man here. 3-mana enchantment. When it enters, you exile non-land permanent until it leaves. So Web up is a banishing light. That's it. It's the same as every other banishing light. They're good and limited. That's it. They're fine. You already have like 4 different options of differently named Banishing Lights. If this is the one you want to run the most, then you can. Did we need it with a new name? I don't know. There probably wasn't one that they couldn't... They could have done a little, like, separate naming thing. You think Wet Up would have, like, tapped and stunned things? Yeah, I think they could have made this, like, cost one more and also stun something. I think that would have made sense. Just to make it more web sling. All right. Web shooters. Look, he made his flippers. He be flippin'. 2 mana, artifact, equipped creature gets +1/+1. Wow, +1/+1. And has reach, and whenever this creature attacks, you tap target creature an opponent controls. Aw, you can't use it to tap your own stuff for web slinging. And an equip of 2. Yeah, it's kind of like the baseball bat. It's not bad. It's not that good either, but it's fine. It's funny that it has kind of opposing abilities. Reach is good for defense. This tap ability is good for offense. The equip of 2 does mean you could swing in, attack, tap a thing down, and then move it onto another equipment, or move the equipment onto another creature to help you defend. Why does he look so devious? I don't know. He kind of looks like he's done something bad by making his web serum slingers. And Wild Pack Squad. Wild Pack Squad, 3 mana, 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target creature gains first strike and vigilance until end of turn. Okay, that's actually pretty nice on like a 3 mana creature. Especially if you have like a big vigilance thing, or a big flying thing. First strike and vigilance means you're getting damage through. It's hard to block a lot of stuff. I like that. You feel like they designed some of the cards around the flavor more than the game, which is very awkward for limited, but it checks out. If this set were released the way it was originally supposed to be, it was supposed to be kind of disjointed, non-draftable cards as part of just a supplemental set. But they had to turn it into a full set when they made it into a standard set, and that's why you have a lot of things that are about flavor and not necessarily about making a sensible draft archetype. With great power comes big auras. 4 mana aura, you enchant a creature, and the enchanted creature gets +2/+2 for each aura and equipment attached to it. So that's good for the modify theme. On this thing's, oh no, it only gives +2/+2. It also has a pariah effect. When you cast the card Pariah, you usually put it on your opponent's creatures or on an indestructible creature. All damage that would be dealt to you is instead dealt to enchanted creature instead. Now, the ultimate combo in limited is, with great power comes great, all the way back up to the top, anti-venom. Are you gonna get the mythic and the rare and have them in the same deck and manage to pull it off? Well, damn, that'd be awesome. You probably aren't. But that's the dream. If you can pull it off, congratulations. I finished with white. We're going to move on to blue, and I'm going to take a short break before I get back. Starting with blue, amazing acrobatics. Gwen's doing cool flips. I like, by the way, the person who made this website picked the nice art here for the background. Spidey Gwen out here with a 3 mana modal counterspell. You either counterspell and or tap 1 or 2 target creatures. I think this is kind of nice for a modal deck. I want to say there was one in Thunder Junction. The Riku would go pretty nicely with this since it is a 1 or both. And you could always just like kind of inconsequentially tap stuff or tap stuff to make room for an attack. In limited, this is cancel with an upside, but it can tap your own creatures for web slinging or tap your opponent's creatures so you can attack in, or tap their creatures so they can't attack in. A lot of different stuff going on Amazing Acrobatics. I'd say, as far as a cancel with upside goes, it's a pretty darn good one for limited. Yeah, Riku of Many Paths. That guy. He's fun. This seems solid, though. You have to be pretty heavy in blue, though. Can't just splash a card like this, and that's fine. Beetle. Legacy Criminal. She's a rogue. Just like me. Janice Lincoln. She's a 4 mana 3/3 flyer. That's pretty nice for a bird. Pay 2, exile this card from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature and give it flying until end of turn. Only as a sorcery. Not bad. As far as like a cheap-ish flyer that gives something else flying once, that's not terrible. It's just like a thing you throw in your curve. It gets blocked by that 3/4. Chameleon, Master of Disguise. I also like that they put him on the bonus sheet. There's like a pretty good choice for the art. Hey, Chameleon. Human, Shapeshifter Villain. This is a 4-mana clone, but he retains his name. You may have him enter as a copy of a creature you control, except his name is Chameleon, Master of Disguise. Now, something else is if you do not have him enter as a clone, you can still actually cast him for just a 2/3. Would you want to? No. But you could. Mayhem also is an alternate cast for this guy. If you discarded him this turn, you can cast him from the graveyard for 3 mana, which is actually really nice. There's a couple good sacrifice pieces. They are in Grixis colors, with the discard being on half of it and the Mayhem being on the other half. But the Grixis villains have a discard theme, so you'll see a lot of different ways to get things in the graveyard and then Mayhem them back out. I would say that as a uncommon clone card, that's totally fine. The place I would see this actually also getting played is in Garuda. It's another 4-mana clone, and it's a 4-mana clone that retains its name, so it does not legendary rule the Garuda. Neat. Yeah, that's a thing you can do. This is a nice way to not quite spark double your legends, but similarly, like, you are making another copy that has it. Certain decks love to have that, and here's another one for it. The Clone Saga. Apparently a very contentious series of comics for Spider-Man, where it turns out that Spider-Man is a clone. But, like, he's been living his life. It's fine. 4 mana, Surveil 3. Then, when you cast a creature on your next turn, it gets copied, but it's not legendary. You choose a card name. Whenever a creature with the chosen name deals combat damage to a player this turn, you draw a card. I do like that it surveils and then it lets you copy, because otherwise you'd have to have a ton of mana. But I kind of wish this didn't cost 4 mana. It's a little slow and hard to set up. Like the 90s Scarlet Spider outfit. You like some Ben Reilly stuff. It's all right. I don't think I would pick this super highly for limited though. It's kind of disruptible. It's a bit disruptible. The Surveil is fine. We have Doc Ock, Sinister Scientist, a 5 mana 4/5, but if you have 8 or more cards in your graveyard, so super threshold, Doc Ock's an 8/8 because he's Doc Ock. He's an octopus, but not on this card. As long as you control another villain, he also has hexproof. He's a common legend, and he feels like a common legend. His stats are okay until the graveyard is full enough, and that can absolutely happen in a game of limited, but he's nothing like that amazing or that impressive, and the hexproof is actually what's most appealing to me, of like, oh, you play a couple villains? It's nasty good. Oh, look! He's got goons! I love a good goon. Doc Ock's Henchman is a 3 mana 2/1 with flash, and when it attacks, it connives. I mean, it's cool that it connives, because conniving, which is drawing and then discarding, and if you discarded a non-land, you get a +1/+1 counter. Conniving enables the Mayhem. If you have good Mayhem cards, or if you want things in your graveyard, you just want to filter, that's not bad. But it essentially is like a 3/2 if you happen to have discarded a non-land with, and it can't block as like a 3/2 when it first comes out. So it's definitely feels like a common. It's goons. Also, it's a villain. I don't know. To me, like, the goons aren't the villain. They're just hired help. They're just getting some money for it. They're not masterminding it. Flying Octobot. Yeah. People are looking at the flavor text. Don't be a hero, Gary. We don't get paid enough to scrap with Spider-Man. Isn't Gary the name of one of the henchmen from Venture Brothers? I feel like it is. Flying Octobot. 2 mana, 1/1, flying. Whenever another villain you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and it triggers once a turn. Okay, this is good for villain synergy. This is a flyer that grows each turn. If you have a glut of villains, this thing is going to get really scary really fast. It's also non-legendary, so you could play a bunch of them in the same deck. It only triggers once a turn. That's still enough on a flyer to cause some trouble. Not something that you want to go too crazy on, but it's still pretty nice. And because it will trigger modified stuff, if you have good modified payoff, that could be good. Okay, Gary was 21. Nice, yeah. I was pretty sure that it was like one of the main henchmen from Venture Brothers, which is my favorite cartoon. I'll recommend you watch it in order, front to back. It's incredible. Shame about the ending, still a great show. Hide on the ceiling, so your Aunt May doesn't see you in your Spidey suit. This is an instant that exiles X target artifacts and or creatures, returning exiled cards to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Hey, you know, I just upgraded my Hinata deck. I could totally see putting this in there. Hide on the ceiling is an instant speed, clear the way, or mass blink. Yeah, this is a Hinata the Dawn Crown card. I literally just like finished uploading that to YouTube last night. How do I like it for limited? If you have good enter the battlefields, which green-white I think is gonna have a lot of, and blue-white will have some for the modified. Nice. That seems pretty decent to me. It's a rare, and it's the downside is that, like, if you're not winning off the abilities and you use it on your opponent's stuff, they're gonna get more off it. But it's instant speed, which is cool. Hydroman, fluid felon. What is he? He's wet. Very wet. 2 mana, 2/2, elemental villain. Whenever you cast a blue spell, if Hydroman is a creature, he gets +1/+1 until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, untap Hydroman. Until your next turn, he becomes a land and gains tap, add blue. Oh, that's wild. That's really cool design. This is essentially blue ramp you can use as like a counter spell, and then he's just like, he's sitting and chilling, and on your turn, if you're casting blue spells, he grows. I could absolutely see building this as a Brawl commander to try him out. It's a really neat design. He can't block though, and if you attack with him, unless you have a way to untap him, you won't be able to tap him for mana. He does not become an island. He just taps for blue. Oh wait, he untaps? Oh, he untaps. You're right. Sorry, I forgot that. Yeah, so you can buff him up, attack with him, and then just have him as a land. This is mono blue ramp. That's so cool. You can technically also use that mana during your end step if you had something you wanted to cast on your turn. Cool design. In limited, I would say it's okay. It's blue, which is kind of hard to cast early. The more blue spells you have, the better he gets. But very cool for constructed. I would love to see what people do with this. Cool card. Yeah, I'd say that's like the first card I've seen from this set that felt like, wow, that's interesting design. That's neat. Would he have summoning sickness? He would not, because he's a land, not a creature. Spider-Man pointing meme. If you're a regular on my channel, you know I've had this as an emote for like 4 years. The Spider-Man pointing meme. I love Spider-Man pointing meme. I think it's great. I wish it was cropped a little bit wider so you could see more of this Spider-Man. Yeah, chat's putting lots of It's 2 emotes, yeah. Yeah. I want to see more of his butt. Imposter Syndrome, probably not going to get renamed for the In Arena set, because that's a great name for the card. Imposter Syndrome is one of those big enchantments that is janky, but really cool. Whenever a non-token creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you make a token copy of it. Non-legendary. There's a lot of decks that will love to have this. Mono blue clones, eat your heart out. It is a high cost, expensive card, but it's cool. No, estimated prices should also be high for this card because it's awesome. This is very much a design for Commander card. Let's see play in Constructed outside of that? Probably not, but it will see some Brawl play. It'll see some Commander play. More Commander than Brawl because it's like high price. But good if you have like blue Enter the Battlefield to copy. You could put this in like your Thassa deck, your Ishtola decks. It's cool. I like it. And I like that they put my Spider-Man meme on a good card. You're gonna put it in your Among Us secret lair. Yeah. We gotta get one of those first. I don't want that. Lady Octopus, Inspired Inventor. Well, she's having a sippy. 1 mana, 0/2. Human Scientist Villain, so that's like relevant for the villainous part. Tap. You may cast an artifact spell from your hand with a mana value less than or equal to the number of Ingenuity counters on Lady Octopus without paying its mana cost. And whenever you cast your first or second card each turn, she gets an Ingenuity. Oh, draw your first or second card each turn. You get an Ingenuity counter. So this feels like a more streamlined automatic version of the Sahili? No, Joyra. It was a Joyra that has Ingenuity counters and taps to cheat artifacts into play. That card's kind of a menace. Is this best used with Shorakai? Yeah. It is more limited if it is your commanders specifically. Less limited if you're putting it in a 99. I would put it into that deck as a backup of the commander. It scales up pretty quickly. It scales up slower because it's not 2 counters at a time, it's 1. Unless you're also drawing cards, but like card draw is a thing that you already want. It is technically a modified creature because of the Ingenuity counters. But I don't actually think that it's that interesting for limited unless we have a lot of really big artifact stuff, which I haven't seen that much of. Typically blue, white is where artifact stuff is. We've seen a couple artifacts, a few equipment, and we'll see more when we get to colorless. There's like some food and stuff. It feels like it's just an early creature that might cheat stuff out. Oh, that's true. It casts them versus Joyra who just puts them into play. The fact that this is a cast means it's better with Paradox Engine. Why is somebody cursing out Boston? That's uncalled for. Boston's the best city on earth. I love Boston. It's because I'm wearing a Celtic shirt? Go Seas. We're not going to do that well this season. Go Seas. Best city on earth. This is a Paradox Engine commander. Great. I don't want to look at it anymore. I'm upset about it now. Madam Web, Clairvoyant. Lets you look at the top card of your library and cast spiders and non-creature spells from the top of your deck. It is a 6 mana, 4/4. So stats are not that good, but the ability is strong. This is also an uncommon, so you will see it. I think if you have a large number of non-creatures in your deck, this is a pretty nice way to get access to them. Also, just kind of seeing what's on top of your deck is good. Do I think it's super strong? No, because typically in Limited, you're really focused more on creatures than non-creatures, and you can't, like, do as much with that. Yeah. I know you guys love Madam Web almost as much as you love Craven. I can't believe they made a Madam Web movie. I didn't watch it, but I listened to a synopsis of it from the Flophouse, and they said that there was a lot of CPR in it. This card could use some CPR. Yeah, certainly are movies that Sony made to try to maintain IP. Yeah, you love studying spiders in the Amazon. It's great. You think it was funny in her special powers ramming people with a car? Wow. What a power for women to have. Mysterio, Master of Illusion. Mysterio is, well, a human villain who is going to be making copies, clones of himself. But they're not real, they're illusions. A 4-mana 3/3, when it enters, you make a 3/3 for each non-token villain you have. Those will be exiled when Mysterio leaves the battlefield. So he's going to confuse and overwhelm your enemies. If you have a ton of villains, this is a great way to set up for a huge swing pretty early. Like, 1-mana villain, into a 2-mana villain, into a 3-mana villain, into a Mysterio? That's, yeah. It's like a micro coma. Was Hydroman not a villain? No, he is. Hydroman's a villain. These are both 2 mana, but I like this one more because it had some villain synergy. I guess with this, you could hold up more mana for stuff. The tokens will explode when he leaves. Yeah, they get exiled when Mysterio leaves the battlefield, but that's fine. Wait, doesn't work with legendaries? Yeah, it does. It just cares about non-token villains. It's not cloning them. He's just making 3/3s. Mysterio's Phantasm is a 2-mana 1/3 with flying and vigilance. When it attacks, you mill a card. Okay, so is there mill synergy? I guess we saw one card that cared about the number of cards in graveyard, but that doesn't work with Mayhem. Mayhem, I think, is only discard. Right? Mayhem is not put into graveyard, it's discarded this turn, I think. Strange. Okay, I guess it's like an okay flying blocker. It'll get some ping damage in. Weird that it mills you. I don't know why it mills you. Yeah, that's only for limited. Unless I guess you're building like a crazy villains deck for your commander. Here's Norman Osborn, a 2-mana 1/1 who can't be blocked. He's unblockable. He's very slippery. Whenever Norman Osborn deals combat damage to a player, he connives, drawing and discarding, and maybe growing. A growing unblockable is pretty good. And after you've grown him, you can also transform him into some sort of a goblin that's green? Oh! What does he do? 4-mana 3/3 Flying Menace. He also has Goblin Formula, and spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less. Dude, I'm gonna start huffing Goblin Formula and go into the club so I can break it down stinky style to that white girl music. That's a tweet I made like 2 months ago, and it still applies. Each non-land card in your graveyard has Mayhem, and it also costs 2 less. And also, you can discard it to his front face. The Mayhem cost is equal to its mana cost, except then it costs 2 less. That's pretty nice. Big flyer, lets you recast things that you discard. Nice. You probably won't be able to, like, flip him over and then attack him, flip him over, have recast a discarded card. That's like a lot going on in a turn. You might be able to with the discount, but that's a thing you could pull off. He is not green, but he is a goblin. Non-green, yes, goblin. Where do I stand on the he's not a real goblin discourse? Okay, so Mark Rosewater's explanation is that he is physically changed by goblin formula, making him a goblin. And I'm willing to accept that. But I think Doc Ock should be an octopus because I think he is, with the addition of his mechanical arms, an octopus. In the same way that the Green Goblin is a goblin. Goblin is a state of mind. Goblin is a state of pumpkins. Pumpkin grenades. Goblin grenades. Yeah. If not octopus, why 8 arms? Oscorp Research Team. That's his company. 4 mana, 1/5. Pay 7 mana, draw 2 cards. Okay, it's like a mana sink late game. These cards are like okay. It really depends on how slow this format is, but I have a feeling this format will be relatively fast because it's a pick 2 format. In the intended draft format for this set, because they turned it from an Aftermath set into a regular set, you have 4 players and you take 2 cards at a time, which means your decks are going to be more highly synergetic, which means they will probably win games faster. Yeah, octo means 8. And push means puss. Well, let me have my Doc Ock that's an octopus. Robotics Mastery. Hi, Mendelstrom. A 5 mana aura. Enchant creature. Flash enchant creature. Make 2 1/1 robots and give +2/+2. The bonus sheet Doc Ock is an octopus. Yeah, but that one's not. Why? I don't know. This is kind of cool. You can technically enchant your opponent's creature if you're desperate, but I don't think you would. It's an instant speed way to get 2 1/1 flyers and give +2/+2. I don't love it. Even with like a modified theme, I don't love it. Ugh. School days. They just keep going on and on. 5 mana instant. You get to choose one. He only has time for one, you guys. He can either draw 3 cards, or he can counter target spell and draw a card. This seems like a pretty good modal spell for limited. It's an instant speed, draw 3, or counter and do a little draw. Is it crazy strong? No, it's just fine. It's expensive, and you definitely have to be the kind of deck that wants to hold up a lot of mana. But I think that the 5 mana draw 3 is a pretty good rate anyway, unlimited. So the fact that it also has that counter spell, draw a card on it is pretty good. Secret Identity. With the great reference art. A 1 mana instant. Choose one. Conceal or reveal. If you conceal your secret identity, until end of turn, target creature you control becomes a 1/1 citizen with hexproof, protecting it from targeted abilities. Or you can reveal Spider-Man's identity. He becomes a hero with a base power and toughness 3/4, and he's also flying and vigilant. That's kind of cool as like a combat trick, or like a pre-combat trick, or a defensive spell. It's very modal, which is nice. I don't think it's bad. Spider-Bite, Web Warden. She's gonna use the computer. 3 mana, 2/2. When she enters, return up to 1 non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Jellyfish! What do you mean spider avatar hero? Jellyfish! She's like Jill, who's a jellyfish. I'll put that with the various other 3-mana blinkable annoying cards. Yeah, she's a virtual robot, ladies. She lives in a computer. The jellyfish? Yeah, Jill from Final Fantasy 16 is a jellyfish. She's a man-o-war. A very good one. This isn't a strictly worse man-o-war. You want to know what's really cool about this card? It can bounce itself into your hand. For some reason. You could. Most of them you can't. This one you can. It's good for limited. It's definitely good for limited. These kind of like bounce your opponent's stuff, especially with the web slinging. I think that's pretty nice. Yeah, it can bounce non-creatures, and it can bounce your own stuff, so you can return your things into your hand to recast them later. Spider-Man No More. This is a reference to the same comic that, where is it? Oh, this is from Path to Exile. The, like, spider suit in the trash. Like, this is very similar to the comic panel. Spider-Man No More, 2-mana aura. Enchanted creature is a civilian. It's a 1/1 with no other abilities. It's a defender, loses all other... Yeah, okay. This is the... This is your legitimate businessman, witness protection, no screaming, no beaming, whatever kind of card of this set. They tend to be okay. This one doesn't have flash, which is kind of unfortunate because it's at 2 mana. But it does give defender, which means the creature can't attack. Legitimate spiders, man. It's fine. It's blue removal of a sort. Spidey sense. It's tingling. It's a 2-mana instant with web slinging. Huh. Counter target instant, sorcery, or triggered ability. And it's 1 mana if you web sling it, and 2 mana otherwise. Huh. Could be interesting in a blink deck. I don't think I'd play this in limited, like, at all, because it's instant or sorcery or triggered ability. But I definitely think this will see some commander play. People will try it out, especially if they have cards they want to return to hand. Yeah, this is like an eaten by piranhas that doesn't have flash, which makes it way worse because you can't use it as a combat trick. You think this might even see some play for standard constructed? It feels like a sideboard card if you're doing that, though. Because, like, at what point do you just run more of a negate? Unless there's, like, a triggered ability that stopping it would, like, change the tides of the game. Is it going to be better in Essence Scatter in some matchups? In Limited? Probably not. Limited is usually creature-based, which makes this not as good. That's the only non-creature spell with web slinging? Weird. Unstable experiment. It's turning green. And it's goblining. And then it's goblin time. Why aren't we all just having that good goblin stuff? Unstable experiment is a 2-mana instant. Target player draws a card. And then up to 1 target creature you control connives. That's actually a pretty nice card. It's a 2-mana cantrip that also loots, drawing and discarding, and can grow your creature. It's up to 1 target creature, so if you don't have a creature, the connive part is not necessary. I kind of like that for limited. I think that's kind of cool. You can also use it as like an intentional setup for a mayhem card. Green, like some sort of a goblin. Oh, hey, Vulture. Whoosh! 2-mana kicker. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand if the spell is kicked to draw a card. Okay, it's into the royal or all of the other cards that do exactly the same thing, but this one has a stupider name. It's whoosh! How do I feel about this card in limited? Good. It's almost always a good card to have. It's annoying, and it can replace itself. So yeah, whoosh. If you're running into the Royal in other decks and you want to replace it with something with a sillier name, cool, you can put this in. And now we're on to black, so I'm going to take another quick break, and then we're going to talk about Venom. Venom, gonna go get him. Except this one is Flash Thompson, which is why he has Flash. All right, I'll be right back. Agent Venom, who is Flash Thompson, which is why he has Flash and Menace. This is the Venom symbiote on Flash Thompson's body. He lost his legs, and this is how he gets them back. That's what I learned. 3 mana, 2/3, Flash Menace. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you draw a card and lose a life. Good source of card draw. Pretty good attacker. Doesn't trigger for itself, doesn't trigger for tokens, but still probably fine for limited. This feels like a pretty solid card for limited. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's like overwhelmingly good unless we have a bunch of cool sacrifice pieces, but that's still fine. Ancient Venom. He's got legs made out of black goo alien. Yay. He has Flash, but where's his Thompson ability? Where's the Thompson ability? You're saying the issue where he loses his legs is good? Yeah, apparently it's like is it in the, like, specifically Iraq War? I'm trying to remember. I looked at the wiki page for this while I was learning about the character. It was in the Iraq War. Cool. Alien symbiosis. By the way, you're going to notice there is a ton of Venom stuff in this set. There are like 13 cards that have creatures with the Venom symbiote on them, or a symbiote on them. Sometimes it's not Venom specifically. There's a lot. There are so many characters that, like, I did not realize Venom was that popular. But apparently it is. People love it, or they wouldn't have put it on this many cards. Or maybe they're just like, I don't know, desperate for mono black theming. 2 mana, enchantment aura, gives +1/+1, menace, turns things into a symbiote, and you can cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other costs. Which means you can put a card in your graveyard that has mayhem, and recast it. Nice! Venom is super popular. I mean, Venom looks cool. There's another card of Agent Venom, too, on the bonus sheet, which is Opposition Agent, which also has Flash, because it's Flash Thompson. 8 symbiotes in the main set, 4 in Eternal. And then some cards that turn things, yeah. Venom also has a bunch of kids. Oh, good for him. And then you have the other, like, popular symbiotes. I think, is Carnage depicted on any cards? That's a big one, right? Probably. Behold! The Sinister Six! Everybody loves your favorite gang of villains. Hey, wait a minute. This group of the Sinister Six doesn't have the lizard in it? Aww. The members of the Sinister Six, I think, changed. This is probably like the original Sinister Six. Yeah, it's the OG group. But I'm sad because I love the lizard. I know he has a card, though, so it's fine. Behold the Sinister Six, a 7-mana sorcery that returns 6 creatures with different names from your graveyard to the battlefield. You know, for 7 mana, I think that's actually a solid mass reanimation piece in limited. It's no Rise of the Dark Realms, which costs 9, but 7 mana's a lot more achievable. And there's a good chance you'll have some good stuff in your graveyard, especially if you're, like, conniving, discarding, all of that. So, yeah, I think that's fine. In different names, it's limited. Most things will have different names. I think this is actually fine for limited. In constructed, just pay 2 more mana and Rise of the Dark Realms. Or don't. I'm not your mom. That's a really good rate, though, I think, for mass reanimation. Yeah, 7 is a lot less than 9. And I also think that, like, 6 creatures all coming back at the same time is enough to really turn the tides. I have a bunch of decks that I could see putting this into. I think this is okay for limited. It's actually playable if you have this right stuff to set up for your graveyard. And I think for constructed, that's really not bad. Like, that's a pretty good mass reanimation spell. 6 is enough. Yeah, it's at the edge where, like, you're okay with hard casting it at 7 mana. Black Cat Cunning Thief. Black Cat is a cat burglar who's from a rich family and gets even richer. Also, she apparently has luck manipulation and is the daughter of somebody who had super serum, so she has some super strength. This is stuff I'm absorbing secondhand, so I apologize if some of it's wrong. She's a human rogue villain, and she's kind of like Gaunty, because she's a 2/3, and she does the Gaunty ability twice. When she enters, you look at the top 9 cards of your opponent's library, exile 2 of them face down, put the rest in a random order on the bottom of their opponent's deck, and then you can play or cast. The play part is different than the Gaunty. Those cards as long as they remain exiled and use mana of any color to do so. Black Cat, I think, is a solid card for limited. Stealing 2 of your opponent's best cards, shame she doesn't have Death Touch, is really good. You're taking away their best things and taking things for yourself. You can even use it to get lands, which is better than it seems. There's definitely times when you've used like a Gaunty ability or a Thief of Sanity and you've only hit lands and you're not allowed to play the lands off those abilities. I'm a crime lord, I understand. Will I personally put this in my crime decks? No. We have better stealers at a better rate. Things like Train Heist in Brawl. There's things that let you repeatedly do stuff. And she doesn't have Death Touch. Now, where I might put her, though, is in a Dimir Blink deck. Because she's a good enter the battlefield steal. Were there only 5 people in this picture? No. There's, let's see, Mysterio, Mr. Sands, you got Docky Ox, you got Craven, Vulture, and Electro, I think, up at the top. A common crook. Yeah, so definitely put this in a lot of limited decks, maybe in Constructed Crime, probably not at all in Standard. That's 6? I named 6 dudes. If you're wondering why I was avoiding Sandman, it's because if I say Sandman, then I'm going to think in my head, man me a sand. Because I'm perpetually Tumblr-brained. Common Crook. 2 mana, 2/2. When it dies, you make a treasure. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Death of Gwen Stacy. I'm actually really high up on this card. It's pretty good and limited. It is rare. It is sorcery speed removal, destroy target creature. Each player may discard a card. Each player who doesn't loses 3 life. You are not forced to discard, but you may want to discard. And then you exile graveyards. I'm going to put this in a ton of different Enchantress decks. This is great enchantment-based removal. And also, there's something really funny about, like, playing and recurring Death of Gwen Stacy in, like, my Onyxia deck that's gonna make me very happy. It's a bit like Elspeth's Nightmare. Also, like, it shows a tragic moment where Gwen Stacy's neck snaps. Rip. Sorry, man, Spider. Shame about that. Alright. Eddie Brock. This is Venom. Lethal Protector. So Eddie Brock is a 3 mana 3/3. When he enters, you are going to bring back a creature with a mana value 1 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, maybe you have one in your graveyard unlimited. Otherwise, he's a 3 mana 3/3. Then you can transform him and... Or you could just play him for the backside. 6 mana, 5/5, Menace, Trample, Haste. So he can attack right away, and he's really hard to prevent dealing damage. And whenever he attacks, you can sacrifice another creature, like the creature you reanimated with Eddie. If you do, draw X cards, and then you may put a permanent with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield, where X is the sacrificed creature's mana value. I don't think Venom is that good. Honestly, to me, the best thing about him is that he's got Menace, Trample, and Haste, so he can hit. Yeah, it's fine. You can use him to, like, recycle creatures. I think if the heavier you are in, like, green-black, the better this probably gets. but it's cool enough. I don't think it's bad. Whoa! Mythalian making the number go up. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Number go up.
Yay. Oh yeah, I don't think it's a very good Jund commander at all. To me, this feels like a worse Gitrog Ravenous Ride. But like, you can sacrifice one creature, not 10 creatures. Thank you so much, Mythalian. Thank you so much for contributing to Subaton and making the number go up. Hell yeah! Thank you! You thinking like maybe put him in the 99? Yeah, maybe. See, Tora and Gitrog had a child and he forgot how to throw things. Gwenom. Remorseless. Somebody was asking before if Gwenom's in the set. She is. This is Gwen Stacy with the Venom symbiote. There's a lot of freaking Venom in this set. Did that last saga just kill Gwen? Don't worry about it. The part of the problem with this set is that it is not telling a story. It is picking and choosing from like 40 different, actually like 400 different stories somehow with only 200 cards. There's many different Gwens. This is one of them. There's a lot of Gwens. Don't worry. You see, that's what I'm saying. You can just keep recasting this card. There's plenty of Gwens left to kill. This is Gwenom, Remorseless. A 5-mana 4/4 Death Touch and lifelink. That's pretty nice for limited. Whenever she attacks until end of turn, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, can play cards in the top of your library, and if you cast a spell this way, you pay life rather than you pay its mana. So it's black, or not Black Citadel, it's a Bolus's Citadel on a creature that requires an attack. Notably, she does not need to survive the attack for this ability to keep going. You can attack, she can die, and then you can play a ton of stuff off the top of your deck. Also, because she's got Death Touch lifelink, she's gonna trade into something. She's really forcing your opponent to like block her, because otherwise you're getting a lot out of her. And she's also a spider still, because this is a Spider-Gwen with the Venom symbiote, so she gets the spider synergy that's in the set too. Definitely a good card for limited, and maybe put this in some of the cards that are like some decks that help you cheat life. Like if you're playing in Brawl, the Ashiok that pretty much goes unlimited with Bolus's Citadel, put this in there too. Inner Demons Gangsters. Are Inner Demons the goons of Mr. Negative? That's goofy. 5 mana, 3/4, human rogue villain. Discard a card. This card gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. Activate as a sorcery. So this is purely a mayhem enabler. It is not that good otherwise. It's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing from the blurb at the bottom. I saw the Mr. Negative art. It looks cool. Moiseless and Voices. You guys have such goofy costumes. 2 mana, 2/1, human mercenary villain, an outlaw. I'm sad, guys. They should definitely change outlaws to include villains. It's a shame it doesn't. He's got a lasso and a big old mustache. Montana, Fancy Dan, Ox. Those are their names. They literally make fun of the costume in the flavor text because they're goofy stuff. Yeah. This is a 2/1 with lifelink, and you can pay 4 to deal damage to your opponent and gain life. I actually think that as far as like a mana sink gain and drain ability goes, that's really solid. I could definitely see putting this in some decks, and it's an early little attacker, so maybe you get in a hit or two before your opponent can block it. You think Fancy Dan should have his own card? Yeah! Give Fancy Dan with his like Leisure Suit Larry looking ass over here his own card. Morlun, Devourer of Spiders, who is not Morbius. But don't worry, Morbius does have a card. Morlun is, I guess, a vampire that really hates Spider-Man. Who the hell is this? He hates all Spider-Mans. He's a 2/1 with lifelink. He enters with counters on him, so you can scale him up. That's kind of cool. Is he Spider's George? And when he enters, he deals X damage. Oh wow, so he enters, deals damage, can scale in size, and gains you life with that damage. That's actually really nice for limited. Very, very solid limited card. If you have a Golgari Scales deck, I could also see putting this in that deck. You know of Morlun? I'm gonna call this guy Spider's George. So this is Spider's George. Average person does not eat 7 spiders per year. Spider's George eats as many spiders as he possibly can. He's constantly guzzling spiders. He says, yum, 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 spiders, I need those for my life force sustenance. No, there is a Morbius card. He's not very good. He's Demir, you'll see him later. Parker luck. Because he has just terrible luck. Everybody he knows dies. Sometimes the villain he's fighting is his best friend. He keeps getting fired. His boss sucks. Yeah. Peter's not allowed to be happy. Sorry. Yeah, it's part of his character design. Poor Peter Parker. Things have got to go his way eventually, right? I feel like Parker luck should be an aura curse that you like curse your opponent with. At the beginning of your end step, 2 target players each reveal the top card of their library. They each lose life equal to the mana value, and then they put the cards revealed into their hand. So this is... Oh, they deal the card to each other. So the card I reveal is dealt to my opponent. The card they reveal is dealt to me. Yes. I think there's 2 Venoms. There's a Venom here, and then there's also like a little Venom right here. Do you see that? He's like, yeah, you can't get rid of me. Huh. Yeah, you can target 2 other people, but you're giving them card advantage. If you're in Commander, you can just like target 2 people and make them hit each other. No, you would not play this in limited. It's like, yeah, it triggers an end step, so if you could set up the top card of your deck, you could like set up a kill with that. This is like a janky group slug kind of card for Commander. You play this when you're getting real silly with it. Maybe you're doing some strange like non-combat damage thing. I personally do not like the card, but it is cool for like a thematic deck. Prison break. Oh, everybody's getting out of jail. Shouldn't have put all the people with superpowers in a place that is susceptible to the rhino breaking through the walls. All right, 5 mana sorcery. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter. Or mayhem, so you can discard this and cast it for just 4 mana. This is just a typical kind of reanimation spell. The fact that you can cast it on a spell you discard it, though, is really nice. I think that's cool if you have discard stuff, because it synergizes with discard stuff, because you can discard other creatures to reanimate them. It's solid if you have good creatures you want to reanimate. This is an uncommon that does that. You like the idea that the graveyard is prison in the Spider-Man set? Yeah, because the Sinister Six card is also bringing back the Sinister Six. They didn't all die. They were in jail. Risky research. 3 mana sorcery. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. Okay. Every set has one of these. If you're desperate for card advantage in black, you can take it. Boop. Sandman's Quicksand is a 3 mana sorcery with a mayhem cost of 4. Oh, mayhem's actually more expensive on that one. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. But if you're casting this from the graveyard, only your opponents get -2/-2. Okay, neat. I usually don't play these effects in limited, but depending on how aggressive the format is, this could be a helpful card. Yeah, Bant is hero, Grixis is villain, which means that blue's clearly the middle ground. Scorpion Seething Striker. got his big old tail thing. He's a scorpion human villain. He did get the creature type. He's a 4 mana 3/3 with Death Touch, and at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn that either player controlled, you have a creature you control connive. Not bad. Not like that good either, but not bad. The fact that this is at end step means it doesn't work well with Mayhem, because Mayhem, you have regular timing rules. You can't cast the thing outside of when you would normally be able to cast it. That's why most of the, like, connive you've seen is in combat or at the start of turn. Scorpions. Sting. Is a 2 mana instant. -3/-3 until end of turn. That's very solid, limited removal. It's gonna kill a lot of stuff. And this is actually the card I think I am going to be seeking the most in this set that I've seen. Soulstone. This is one of the Infinity Stones. It literally has the type Infinity Stone. And you know there's going to be like an Infinity Gauntlet when they reveal all of these, that if you have all of the Infinity Stones, you win the game. Because why wouldn't they do that? Or maybe it searches the stones or something. There's going to be something that does that at some point. We're getting 3 Marvel sets. It's called a Terminus Stone in Magic. Yes, so they showed us the in-universe version of this card, and it is called the Terminus, or it is a Terminus Stone, not an Infinity Stone. Yeah, it'll be like 6 stones with different names. It's indestructible mana rock that costs 2, taps for black, and if you pay 7, exile creature you control, and you can do this at instant speed, so you can like block and do it. You harness the Soul Stone, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, you get to reanimate a creature. Nice. That's just a solid late game mana sink. Recycle a creature and start getting other creatures back. Yeah, I've been assuming Avengers and X-Men because I think X-Men is the must-have. Maybe I'm just biased because I like X-Men a lot. X-Men's awesome. X-Men has some of the coolest characters, and I think they translate pretty well into Magic cards. We've already seen some in a Secret Lair. And Avengers is so broad that that's like the catch-all. Spider-Man, too specific. X-Men, it's good. It's in the middle. Avengers, that's just everything. You want to just like have a catch-all? Hey, whatever, man. Everything's Avengers related at some point. They did a whole movie series with it for a reason. Where would Fantastic Four go? Anywhere you want them to. But probably they're more tangential to Avengers. X-Men were the most popular characters they had until they made Avengers popular. Yeah, exactly. But like a lot of people are most familiar with MCU stuff, which all branches off that. I haven't seen a lot of the Marvel movies. I've seen most of the X-Men movies. I like my X-Mans. Have the Fantastic Four all been Avengers at some point? Yeah, because everybody's been an Avenger or like a Defender at some point. That's how you just fit everything into Avengers. Spider-Man Noir. Somebody was asking me which Spider-Man should be my favorite Spider-Man. I think Noir is a good choice. We got our Nicolas Cage version right now, and I think he's getting his own movie. Is Spider-Man the most popular single Marvel character? Yeah, because everybody likes Spider-Man. Unless they don't. In which case, they should go like a Spider-Man. He's a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Like, I grew up in the Northeast, so to me, like, Spider-Man comics are kind of fun because it's New York. Like, you'll see some New York stuff, too. You saw the Pigeon. It's not Boston, but it's similar enough. It's busier. More big buildings for Spider-Man to swing on. Spider-Man Noir is a 5-mana 4/4 with Menace. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, because he's a lone wolf, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then surveil X, where X is the number of counters on it. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's just like a good attacker that grows itself. That seems really solid. Or grows something else that's attacking alone. And then surveils to set up your graveyard. That seems good. Yeah, it seems like a solid card for limited. Spots Portal. Oh, that's fun art. 3 mana instant. Put target creature on the bottom of its owner's library. You lose 2 life unless you control a villain. That's good removal for limited. And it also does not feel like a black ability. That's like a blue or white ability. Like it's... Right? Like isolation and stuff. Like those are... That's a pretty... Yeah, that's a pretty good card in limited. Might see some constructed play depending on what other removals available in standard. I think we have mostly 2 mana removal, like your Bitter Triumphs and stuff, and people will pay life for it. Yeah, this is usually like a blue or white kind of ability. Yeah, they put multiple spot relevant cards in this because of the Spider-Verse movie. And I have a pet theory that this set was actually supposed to come out at the same time as this next Spider-Verse film. But as you might know, the Spider-Verse film is still stuck in development. It has been delayed. So the timing didn't work out. Just like we did with the Baldur's Gate 3 set and the Baldur's Gate Magic set. All that. Yeah, you think because there's so much reanimation in this set, this is also a bit better? Yeah, that's very true. Swarm! He's bees. He being to bees. You love bee. Bee it is. He is bee. Swarm is a 3 mana 2/2 flash flyer with mayhem. And because mayhem's timing is about the timing of the card, you can discard this at instant speed and cast it for 1 black. I like that. I think that's a cool common for this set. And also like a 3 mana 2/2 flash flyer's fine on its own. It is the bees. Yes, the bees. Wait, his real people name is Fritz von Meyer? I'm sorry, the flavor text is... Evil never dies. It just becomes bees! Girl, calm down. It's from the 80s cartoon. I wonder if that's a quote from the cartoon. It sounds like a cartoon quote. Tombstone, Career Criminal, is a 3 mana 2/2. When he enters, you return a villain card from your graveyard to your hand. And if you're in blue-black or blue-red-black Grixis, you'll probably have a bunch of villains. You've seen there's a ton of villains in the set. If not Spider, then villain, for the most part. There's a couple non-villain, non-spiders, but that covers most of them, I think. Yeah, Tombstone made it in. Villain spells cost 1 less, so he is a villain synergy guy. He seems fine to me. Yeah, that seems solid. He's dishonest Rutstein. Great. Venom! Again him! He's gonna go get him! It's Evil Unleashed. 5 mana, 4/5, Death Touch. He's common. And for 3 mana, you can exile him from your graveyard to put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature and give it Death Touch until end of turn. I like how they didn't give this, what is it, renew? It feels like they have a bunch of cards with this, but they couldn't reuse the keyword renew from Tarkir Dragonstorm. It's not bad, it's not good, it's just fine. It's one of those just big creatures that sits around, and if you put it in your graveyard, it has a different ability. Or if it dies, it'll trade into things. Maybe put one in as your high end. Remember how I said there's a lot of Venom and just symbiote stuff in this set? Cat Venom! Look, it's cute. Cute. It's baby. 3 mana, 2/3 with Death Touch. When it enters, you mill 2 cards. That's... yeah, I don't think I'd put that in many decks, but sure, it's there. Venom's Hunger. Neat art. I like looking into his big old drippy mouth. Where's all that the saliva coming from? Add that to the list of cards that are extremely Vor. All right. Venom's Vor is a 5-mana sorcery that costs 2 less if you control a villain, and it destroys a creature, you gain 2 less. So this is slow, mediocre removal, but it is removal. The more villains you have, the better it gets, because it will cost 3 instead of 5. Awesome. He's got glands. That's where all the spit's coming from. Good for him. Villainous Wrath. Spider-Man's getting all Doc Ocked, and Doc Ock is showing off his beautiful chest. He's really giving Alfred Molina a run for his money right there. 5-mana sorcery. Target opponent loses life equal to the number of creatures they control, and then you destroy all creatures. That's a good mono black board wipe. Absolutely playable in limited. Definitely playable in some constructed decks if you're looking for a more budget-friendly mono black board wipe than something like Damnation, which I think is only like $4, but still. And the fact that it's in Standard is cool, but there's actually really, really good board wipes in Standard. I could not see this being played over the, like, each player sacrifices 13, which I think is currently in Standard, because, or the Exile and Graveyard one, which I think is also in Standard, or exiling a card that's in a Graveyard one, because Go Wide Aggro is not the current threat. If Go Wide Aggro is the threat, I could see this being played over it because it will gain you a bunch of life. Thank you, Bunny Avenger. It is my partner anniversary. I've been partnered on Twitch for 7 years and been a full-time streamer for 6. Yay! Prof had made a video about this set. Yeah, somebody else mentioned Prof's video before. You feel that the flavor's off. It feels rushed and overpriced. It feels weird. This set is definitely one of the messier sets I've seen. And my personal take on it is that I wish it just didn't exist. And I wish that, like, I like Spider-Man enough that I feel like Spider-Man deserved 2 pre-con decks. One of them, the Sinister Six, and the other one, Spider-Man. Not Into the Spider-Verse. Just Spider-Man. Spider-Man, his allies, his life, like two decks that tell stories of Spider-Man and the people he fights against. That, to me, would have been the best way to tell such a broad, ever-expanding story. And I think the worst possible way they could have done it was by focusing on Spider-Verse. How many Spider-Mans exist? Like, in this 139 cards, there are so many Spider-Mans. There's like 40 Spider-Men. And it makes me not care as much about them because each of them has a story. They're not all the same story, and it's not telling those stories. Like, you hear me talking to chat and being like, oh yeah, so like, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's Silk? I don't know Silk. That's a Spider-Man? That's a Spider-Man? Oh, we'll see your card later. Okay, great. You would have done 4 decks? Yeah, I also am not that big of a fan of Universes Beyond as Standard. I feel like Final Fantasy can get away with it because it was genuinely one of the just most banger sets I think we've ever had. Mechanically, flavor-wise, it had a lot of characters I like. This is Spider-Man. As I said before, everybody likes Spider-Man. But I like one Spider-Man at a time. Unless it's specifically the Spider-Verse movies, but like those are their own thing because they're just like good movies. And they're not good movies because they have Spider-Man in them. They're good movies because they're fun and well written and well designed and well animated and acted and everything else. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what Prof said in his video, but I imagine it's a lot of the same stuff. We've seen a couple cards I really like from the set, a lot of cards I don't really care for, and hopefully people who are hardcore Spider-Man fans find cards in the set and love them and put a lot of love and attention into like crafting decks around them to run for fun at their LGS. Ooh, somebody else said that we should have Sinister Six, Spider-Man, and a Venom deck. Okay, so I did not realize how popular Venom stuff was I should say this. I'm a girly on Tumblr. And I will tell you, Tumblr is extremely thirsty for Venom, especially with the more recent Hardy movies, like the trilogy of Venom films that came out. They loved it. Because it's like psychosexual in a way that's very, very apparent, and they're leaning into it. But, yeah, I guess if Venom's that popular, Venom deck. And Venom, he's like a hero sometimes, but he's more often, like he started as a villain. So you can kind of do both in the set. Like the Venom card we saw, the transforming one. Where was that? It's a transforming card. That's why I'm trying to remember. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Eddie Brock. I was like, it's gonna be Eddie. Like, you see how it says hero villain on the card? Because sometimes he's a hero, sometimes he's a villain, sometimes he's an anti-hero. And I think that that's like a cool approach. And you could even put like Carnage in that deck and like tell more, I don't know, Venom related stuff. So yeah. And you could put Null in there. Yup. Null does not have a card. Null does not have a card. Anyways, that's enough me ranting about Spider-Men. We're going to take a short break, and then I'm going to talk about Red. Angry Rabble, which is all of us yelling about our Spider-Mans. Angry Rabble is a 2-mana 2/2. It's a human citizen with trample. It's a bunch of human citizens. And yes, that's us. We're listening to J. Jonah Jameson telling us that Spider-Man is a menace and a crook. This Angry Rabble's got trample. Whenever you cast a spell with a mana value 4 or greater, it deals a damage to each opponent, and you can also put 2 +1/+1 counters on it by paying 6 mana at sorcery speed. It's a bear with an upside. Is it super great? No, but is it fine? Will it probably get like a ping in? Maybe. I don't think it's terrible. It's nice that it has 2 different abilities on it, too. Could have definitely been like an uncommon. Yeah, it fills the curve and gets some damage. The guy in the middle kind of looked like he's a Peter Parker. He looks a little too old to be a Peter Parker. Too old and Italian. But I do like that he's got, like, he bought a Spider-Man sweater and then put the X over it. Like, he turned it, like, he broke up with his love of Spider-Man. And this guy's got, like, Spider-Man equals thumbs down. This guy, like, painted a Spider-Man and put a big frowny face on him. This dog just hates Spider-Man. And this woman also did the frowny face on a Spider-Man. Is this man blind? No, he's just got, like, little glasses. Electro is a storm card. Electro's got Assaulting Battery is a 3-mana 2/3 with flying. So pretty nice and limited. That's pretty good. You can bank your red mana. So long as this creature is alive, your red mana does not go away. You can even float it in end steps when you would be going back to your turn. And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you get more red mana. When this leaves the battlefield, you can also spend all that stored up mana by paying X and dealing X damage to target player. I think this is a solid card for limited, even if you don't have many instants or sorceries, because it's evasive, got okay stats, banks red mana, and then uses that mana for burn. I think that that's pretty cool. There was, Leyline Dragon was kind of similar, but didn't have that good storm enabling ability. And it was 4 mana. Yeah. Do you think that it will see play in some VV decks? Maybe VV Brawl that's going for Storm. A lot of decks will play Burgie. And if they're going for that kind of Storm, I could see it. I don't know if it would see play in Standard, though, just because 3 mana competing with the other 3 mana, and it does nothing with, like, the Cauldron stuff, isn't as interesting. And maybe if Cauldron gets banned, we'll see, like, a VV Storm deck eventually. Electro's Bolt is a 3 mana that deals 4 damage to target creature. It's got Mayhem of 2. Huh. Or it's got Mayhem of 2. That's kind of cool. So this is not good removal, but the fact that it has mayhem makes me like it more. It's sorcery speed and it's 3 mana. That's why it's not good. But the mayhem on it, if you have a lot of discard sources, that's kind of cool. Would I be very high up on this though? No. Are we about to see Gwen? Yeah, so people were talking about Gwen and Ghost Spider. Most people call her Spidey Gwen though, because it's cuter. Whoops. There's Ghost Spider in the background here. She is a woman spider, or a spider woman. And Gwen Stacy, looking very cool here. 2 mana, 2/1. When she enters, you exile the top card of your library. You can play that card for as long as you control this creature. So that does, by the way, include if you transform it, you should still be able to hold on to the card. It is still the same creature, just with a different name and set of abilities. Should work. Should work. But yeah, Gwen Stacy isn't Spider-Woman, but she is a woman Spider-Woman. She's a spidered man. When she is Ghost Spider. Not all Gwen Stacys are this Gwen Stacy. She was a Spider-Woman. People are like, Jessica is Spider-Woman capitalized. She's a woman Spider-Man. Yeah. Like, we already showed Gwen Stacy freaking dying before. But sometimes Gwen Stacy is Ghost Spider. That's her in the background here. Ghost Spider, 5 mana, 4/4, flying, vigilance, and haste. And remember, you can cast her as the 2, get the card advantage, and transform her, just cast her for the back size. When you would play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and you can remove 2 counters to exile a card from the top of your deck and play that card this turn. You were not able to store that card up, but it's still card advantage. This seems like a solid card for limited. Front side's a little bit of card advantage. Backside continues the theme. I don't think there's that many other playing lands from exile other than, like, we saw Black Cat does that. There's probably a few other impulse draws, but not, I don't imagine there's that much. What's this? Her comic was called Spider-Gwen, but in universe she was called Spider-Woman, and now it's all Ghost Spider, says word another word. As... Yeah, alright, Spider-Man. Heroes Hangout. Oh, that was a really cute scene in the movie. I remember that. It was cute. Except now there's more juice being spilled. Neat. I wonder if there was something like that in the comics. I wouldn't know. This is a 1 mana. Choose 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose 1 of them until the end of your next turn. You can play a card. Okay, so it's a pseudo impulse draw, but only 1, but it's 1 mana. And Patrol Knight. 1 or 2 target creatures. Each gain +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. This seems, I guess if you're doing like a storm thing, that's kind of cute, but I'm not that big on it. The versatility is nice, but it is sorcery speed. Somebody's saying blue front grid is back. I don't know what that means. Hobgoblin, mantled marauder. Oh, no. And the flavor text is about revealing who Hobgoblin is, which is one of Spider-Man's good friends, Harry Osborn. Hobgoblin, Mantled Marauder, a 2 mana 1/2 with flying and haste. When you discard a card, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. I feel like you should have like first strike or something. Yeah, whatever. I don't even know if there's any flavor for this. He's gonna gobble your hob? Oh no. Poofin's saying there's been like 10 hobgoblins. Yeah, but I'm always gonna think of like specifically Spider-Man like 1, the movie. Because I watched that movie a lot. I prefer Spider-Man 2 with Doc Ock. That one's awesome. It's a haste Stormcrow with discard breathing. Sure. You think you should deal damage with pumpkin bombs? Yeah, that could be cute. Like whenever you discard a card, he deals direct damage. Oh, people are asking, why is she a human performer hero? I believe it's because she's in a band, which they show more of that, I want to say, in the Eternals, Spider-Man Eternal. She has a deck in there. There we go. The Mary Janes. Human bar performance. See, look, I remembered things. Chat, you should be proud of me. She's a drummer. Cool. And whatever alt art she's drumming. Oh, that's cool. All right, and now for the most anticipated card in the set. By me, by you. By everyone. J. Jonah Jameson. And don't worry, there's also pictures of Spider-Man. J. Jonah Jameson is a 3-mana human citizen. And he's gonna call Spider-Man a menace and make him a suspect, which gives the creature menace and says it can't block. And whenever a creature you control with menace attacks, you make a treasure because we're profiting off calling Spider-Man a menace. This is one of the cards you can tell was part of whatever they were originally doing with this set, because it is a flavor, it is a reference knockout, it is an all-around, this is what we want in this set. It's funny. It's J. Jonah Jameson doing some jank. And there's 2 arts for it. I actually think the other one's a little bit better, but they're both pretty good. We're not getting pictures of Spider-Man on Arena. We don't know that. We don't know. It's not going to be called Pictures of Spider-Man, but maybe they'll call it Pictures of Arachna Boy. Can I show the alt art? Yes, one sec. So this is the other one of him yelling out the window. Come on. There we go. Ah, you menace! Shaking his fist at Spider-Man. And don't come back! So, yeah, I like this J. Jonah Jameson card. I think most of you can understand where I'm coming from. I just said about, like, I think J. Jonah Jameson's portrayal in the Spider-Man movies, the Raimi movies, was fantastic, and this is definitely derivative of that, and I love it. Okay, Masked Meower. Meow. Is a spider cat hero. So we had a Venom cat and I guess a spider cat, which is just kind of silly. Yeah, J.K. Simmons, J. Jonah Jameson is, to me, the canon J. Jonah Jameson. Like, because it is. Does everybody agree? Like, his voice will always be that voice. So good. Also, like, J. Jonah Jameson's an amazing actor. He's a great voice actor, too. They did bring him back for the role in the more recent Spider-Man movies because they know he's the best one. And they completely, like, redesigned the character around being, like, an internet, like, news hub kind of guy. But still, yeah. What's this? Masked Meower is a 1-mana 1/1 with haste. You can discard a card, sacrifice a creature, and draw a card. Okay, enable some of your discard synergies, your mayhem synergies. It cantrips. Or no, it doesn't quite cantrip because it's 2 for 1. Okay, well, it does the thing. It says, neither criminals nor veterinarians had much luck pinning down the uncatchable spider cat. This seems like a joke character, and I assume it is a joke character. It's not even legendary. It's just a cute cat. Your fiance's daughter's interested in learning about magic because of this. Maybe you can build her a red-white cat deck. Because there's a bunch of red-white cats in Standard. You could build a Arabo for her. I think that's in Standard. That was Foundations, right? Yeah, miscellaneous, non-legendary spider cat. This is not from the universe of Peter Porker. Yeah, because these are not animal people. These are just people. In the PlayStation game, you can get a costume of Spider Cat in a backpack. Cute. Oh, look! Maximum Carnage is referenced here. Hi, Carnage. 5 mana. Until your next turn, each creature attacks each combat if able and attacks a player other than you if able. Oh, so this is every creature, including your own, is goated. So, don't play this before combat unless you want to attack. Alright? Awesome. Then, add 3 mana. And then it deals 5 damage to each opponent. I would put this in like a silly commander deck. I don't think I would play this in limited. It's a commander card. It's not for Brawl either. No, they don't use the word goad. Probably because they didn't want to keyword it. Chat's now talking about Deck Star because they want more cat characters. We could potentially see cats. More cats. Deck Star is not going to be there because that's the Green Lantern. That's DC. But there are legendary cats, I would say, within Marvel's multiverses. Yeah, I don't know what the flavor is for here. I don't know enough Carnage stuff. I assume it's him taking over the city. You liked Hydra? No, not like Black Panther. Black Panther is like a man cat. He's not a cat. What's this? Molten Man. Oh, we already had Hydro, so do you also turn into a land? No. Molten Man, Inferno Incarnate. You like the Red Lantern kitty a lot? Yeah. I know, with a sad origin story. It's also like short, so if you want to go look it up, you can see the comics. Molten Man, Inferno Incarnate, 3 mana, 0/0. When it enters, you search for a basic mountain and you put it into the battlefield tapped and shuffle. It gets +1/+1 for each mountain you have. When it leaves the battlefield, you sacrifice a land. Oh, weird. Temporary ramp. Huh. You don't have to sacrifice the mountain. We have another card in Standard, I think, too, that grows with the number of mountains we have. It's like a 0/4. Strange. In this... Okay, so somebody's saying this is a good flavorful card because in the comics, he heats up, he reaches a certain temperature, and then he melts. Oh no, he has, like, bad control of his powers. So I'm guessing that from that, it's like he's almost defeated Spider-Man, but then he exerts himself too much and he like collapses upon himself. Interesting. Oops. I wonder if we'll ever get DC stuff. I do wonder if Marvel was like, and you can't work with any other comics publishers for 5 years. And then they're going to be like, ooh, but what about Dark Horse or something? Who published Walking Dead? Walking Dead publisher. Skybound? Okay. Image. They're the ones who do the Transformers comics right now. So probably not gonna have anything like that. Yeah, that's why I was thinking, like, I wonder who did Walking Dead. I don't know how I feel about this. I think this is fine for limited, but it's better if you're a mono red deck. It gets a lot better if you're mono red. I think it's okay. I think that there's some clunky lands decks that you might want to put this in as like a standard Brawl card. I don't know if you'd play it anywhere else. Maybe you can hang out with Koth. Raging Goblinoids. Wow, they look bad. They look really bad. Like physically, they look ill. 5 mana, 5/4, haste and mayhem of 3. Okay, cool. It does what it says. It's fine for limited. You're not doing it anywhere else. They're Ultimate Universe goblins? Is that why they're so weird looking? Oh, we were asking before if the upside down kiss shows up on a card. And there it is. Face attire, you just hit the jackpot. Hey, that's the same flavor they put on one of the other cards. It's weird that there's a pigeon there. The pigeon's just like, what, man? It's romantic rendezvous. Discard a card and then draw 2. All right. It's tormenting voice. That's a really mean thing to say about Mary Jane Watson's voice, that it's tormenting you. But that's what this is. But you don't have to discard as part of the cost, which is nice. You discard when it resolves. Yeah, it is a less risky tormenting voice. Aw, the pigeon's eating chocolates, maybe. It's got something in its mouth. And it's fine for limited. It's good filtering. Chat still wanting Paul as a card. Paul who stole Spider-Man's girl, right? Because Spider-Man needs to have a horrible time. People were explaining Paul to me like 2 days ago. Oh! If your hand's empty, you still get to draw 2. That's a really nice thing. Yeah, we have some discard synergy in the set, but I think that's a bigger thing to point out. I totally missed that. If your hand's empty, you just get to draw 2. That means it goes in more decks. Nice. Shadow of the Gerblin is a 2-mana enchantment with unreliable visions. He's seeing things because he's huffed too much goblin formula. At the beginning of your first main phase, you discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And Undying Vengeance. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, such as the Mayhemmed cards or cards from exile, this enchanted deals 1 damage to each opponent. I don't really like this for limited. Even though it's a great enabler for Mayhem, you'd need to have a lot of good cards for it, because it's not a May. It's not a May on that discard. You're going to be going pretty deep. I know some people really like, I don't know, like looting each turn. To me, I don't know. Somebody who is better than me at Magic will get a lot out of this card in limited. Yeah, you know what? Actually, because it's pick 2, it's probably going to be a bit better because you can more highly pick those synergies. It's time, Harry. Take the mask and avenge me. Become a goblin that's green. Yeah, I think the better you are at Magic, the probably more you can get out of this card unlimited. I'd take it sometimes, but not all the time. Shock! You guys know what Shock does. Would you pick it unlimited? It kills some stuff. I wouldn't take it very highly. It doesn't kill enough. I might put 1 in a red deck if I need some removal. It can hit face. Yeah, oh my god, look! It's Shock. Shocker. It's Shocker, and he's shocking. And he's shocked all over the place. Oh my god, Shocker! Unshockable! No, wait, Unshakable. It's a 4 mana... No, 6 mana. 6 mana, 5/5. He has first strike on your turn. And when he enters, he deals 2 damage to target creature and 2 damage to that creature's controller. Oh my god, he literally does shock all over the place. Mock him at your peril. It's fine. That's fine for limited. You wouldn't play it anywhere else. You can close out some limited games, yeah. It's good at attacking. Spider-Gwen, free spirit? Oh. Huh. So we had Ghost Spider, but they also put Spider-Gwen. Alright. I mean, it's weird enough to me that we have like 10,000 Spider-Mans, but I guess she also gets 10,000 cards. I think this is the one that's also in the precons, or the starter decks. She's very popular. I mean, she's cool. She's cool looking, at least. I like her character design. It's the one in the background. Yeah, but reversed. 3 mana, 2/3 with reach. When she becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, she's very much a common legendary. Yeah, that feels like starter deck strength. She's fine. She's got reach, at least. And when played outside of limited... Oh, look at them! They're so cute! We've done it, Professor Warren. The glorious metamorphosis of Manhattan has begun! Quote, Spider Queen, Adriana Soria. So, kind of like how the lizard's trying to turn everyone into lizards, is Spider Queen trying to turn everyone into bugmen? Spider Horror Citizen. Huh. If Aunt May sees this card enter, she gives it a +1/+1 counter by feeding it its favorite breakfast. It's a 4 mana 4/3 with Mayhem of 2. Spider-Punk. 2 mana, 2/1 with Riot, which means that cards enter with +1/+1 counters or haste. Other spiders you control have Riot. Spells and abilities that either player controls can't be countered, and damage can't be prevented. If you're the kind of person who plays to hate on counter spells, this is great. For 2 mana, this is honestly real nice. And if you're doing spiders specifically, giving them all Riot, this is like your own personal Rhythm of the Wilds on a 2/1 or a 3/2, depending on if you want Spider-Punk to have haste or not. I think that this card is fun, and I think that it is very like... So it's Disrespect Authority, Smash the System. Spider-Punk, I assume, is very much a punk. He wants to dismantle the system and take down the Azorius, who are, you know, countering and stifling and preventing my damage. Not anymore. Definitely a good card for constructed if counter spells are a problem, or if you're just being aggressive or doing spider stuff. And a good card in limited, because it's a good card in limited. The only downside for it is if you are trying to run counter spells, it will not work with those. Yeah, this could be a card that sees play if we ever get a like a good basis for like a mono red aggro that needs those abilities. We have other like good aggressive cards right now. Right now, the current mono red deck, the one that like won a recent major tournament, the Star City Games Open in Atlanta. No, not Atlanta, Florida, Orlando. It's much more designed around stopping VVs. This does not do as much around VV. It's still cool. Spiderverse. This guy is a dinosaur. 5 mana, enchantment. The legend rule does not apply to spiders. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than in your hand, it's such a weird theme to have for red. You may copy it. If you do, you may choose new targets for the copy. If the copy is a permanent, it gains haste. Do it once a turn. I feel that this card is terrible for limited. This card is something you put in like a Prosper deck. It's good in Prosper, like many things. Can you copy your commander? Yeah, but you don't have a commander unlimited. Yeah, because your command zone's outside of the hand. The once per turn part is, yeah, it's limiting. Nalfishni. Yeah, Nalfishni cares about casting things from exile specifically, right? It's good in Prosper, like a basic swamp and a mountain. Yes. There are a decent amount of common and uncommon legends in here. It doesn't matter. Spiderverse cares not about if it's legendary. It cares about casting from outside of your hand. If you have a ton of mayhem and you're spending the time to cast a 5 mana enchantment and then discarding the card and then bringing them back, that's so much setup. That's so much work to copy a spell. Not worth it. Too many moving parts needed. Spinneret and Spiderling. Oh, is that like her daughter? It looks like a young girl. 1 mana, 1/2 human spider hero. When you attack with 2 or more spiders, put a +1/+1 counter on this. When it deals 4 or more damage, because you can grow it, exile the top card of your library until end of your next turn. You may play a card. So that's a good way to like enable a bunch of these things that care about going from outside. If you have a glut of spiders, this is good. And even if you don't, it's a 1 mana, 1/2. It's fine. This deck has, or like this set has a ton of spiders in it, so it is a very specific card. I think it's fine though. I think that like having things that can grow over time is neat. If you have lots of good aggressive spiders like the Spider Punk, that works even better with it. Oh, here we go. Spiderling is her and Peter's daughter. That's Mary Jane? Oh. Neat. Oh, I'm getting the good lore of somebody calling her MILF Spider, and she says, hey, that's accurate. Oh, good for her. Is that Spider-Man in the background? He's like, I'm so proud of my partner and daughter. I sure hope nothing tragic happens to them. So we got Stegron, but not Sauron? Dinosaurs! You think he'd be in the X-Men set? But I would say that in the cultural knowledge sphere, people are more familiar with the Sauron comic page where he wants to turn everybody into dinosaurs instead of curing cancer, as written by Elliot Kalin. Whose other works, The Flophouse, I also referenced before. I'm so happy that he made that comic page. It's one of my favorites. You think they just don't want him to confuse him with Sauron from Lord of the Rings, who he named himself after? So this is Stegron the Dinosaur Man, because we love dinobinoids. He's a dinosaur villain. He's a menace. He's got menace. And he has dinosaur formula. You can pay 2, discard this card, so this is when it's in your hand, and until end of turn, target creature gets +3/+1 and becomes a dinosaur. Oh, that's fun. I like a card that's versatile like that. It's either a combat trick, or it's just a 5/4 with menace. Not bad. Also, I like the art of a bunch of goofy-looking dinosaur men attacking. It looks like attacking through a museum, too. Superior foes of Spider-Man, which are not the Sinister Six. That are a bunch of other silly billies. This one's on a segue. That's how you know how serious he is. 3 mana, 3/3 with trample. When you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, I assume that's the Gruul theme in the set. You may exile the top card of your library. If you do, you may play that card until you exile another card with that creature. Oh, that's a solid uncommon. That's good card advantage. It sticks around for a while, so you don't have to use it right away. And it's also a 3/3 with trample. I like that. That's fun. It's the joke villain team. Boomerang managed to assemble a squad that really wasn't all that sinister and certainly wasn't all that 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's Shocker. We saw him before. Yeah, I think you can keep the spell in exile and cast it even if this dies. What's this? The Segway guy can turn any vehicle into a super version. So he might have stolen one on the way out and turned it into a super Segway? Oh, God. That's great. I can appreciate that. I don't understand the flavor of it, but I like the art and, like, the idea of them from the comics. Taxi driver. Oh, I'm driving over here. 2 mana, 3/1. Tap. Pay 1 and tap it to make a creature get haste. Okay, it's fine. Wisecrack. Something. Yeah, it's got the joke about the right to bear arms. It's a 3 mana instant. Target creature deals damage equal to itself, or equal to its power to itself. If that creature is attacking, it deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. This is a stop hitting yourself card. It's fine. This is one of those weird pieces of removal where the bigger they butt, the worse the card is. High-powered creatures die to it. Low-power creatures do not. It's fine. I probably would run it as like emergency removal in some decks. Yeah, at 2 mana, I think this would be pretty good. At 3 mana, I don't really like it. Damage Control Crew is a 4 mana 3/3 that has 2 choices. When it enters, you either repair, returning a target card with a mana value 4 or greater from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, that's nice. Or exiles an artifact or enchantment. The fact that that's on a 3/3 and not like a 1/1 is really nice. I think that's a solid card. I would put that in a limited deck. Hey, way to go. Thank you for the 18-month resub. I don't know if I'd put it in any constructed decks unless I'm doing like a weird like Selesnya Blinky thing. But I think it's like that's just a nice card. And it can get rid of the 1 ring. Yes, everybody knows that exiling is very important. Oh yeah, he should not be holding that pumpkin like that. That might explode at any time, sir. Oh, so apparently these people are the Marvel Universe's group that like just cleans up and repairs after super encounters. Yeah, that's what they're doing here. They're professionals. Ezekiel Sims Spider token. Okay, I have this weird feeling that this is part of a Spider-Man line that's really weird, because something about this guy seems weird. Is it the feet? Is it his feet being out that makes me feel like he's weird? He's a villain in Madam Web? And they gave him a card? He's part of the mystical side of Spider-Man that eventually becomes Spiderverse. They gave him a mover? Okay, so this is a 5 mana 3/5 with reach. Oh, he's a giant spider. Look at him. Good for him. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target spider you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. And he can buff himself. That seems fine for limited. This is the original Spider-Verse story. Okay, with spider magic. That guy, Morlun, we saw earlier, the spider's George, wants to eat him? I'm learning so much. Morlun seems so stupid. You think that this is a card that like hardcore Spider-Man fans will seek out without playing the game? Really? Just to be like, oh, finally, my favorite niche character, Ezekiel Sims. Oh, you think they'd be seeking out Morlun, not Ezekiel? I think they're going to be seeking out Morbius. Grow extra arms. One of the Spider-Men is extra spidered, extra man. They even put him on the alternate art of the, I think it's Amazing Spider-Man card or Spectacular. It's whatever, like, just one of the Spider-Mens was, the 2 mana 3/2. This spell costs 1 less if it targets a spider and gives +4/+4 until end of turn. So it's Titanic growth / giant growth because it's +4/+4, but sometimes it will cost 1 mana instead of 2. That's nice. You can give Shelob extra arms. Oh, good for her. You liked this episode in The Amazing Spider-Man? According to this, I created a potion to rob me of my spider powers. I wanted it to change me forever, but not like this. Oh no, he was doing science and he did it bad. Yeah, now he has more limbs so he can be more spider-like. Oh, it's Spectacular Spider-Man. That's the card that has his alt art. So this is the alt art of him with the 8 arms. 6-armed Spider-Man suit. From Morbius's first appearance. Wow. The 6-armed saga. Wow, I'm learning about the Morbin lore, too. Guy in the chair. Helping out Miles Morales. A 3-mana 2/3 who taps to add 1 mana of any color, and he can offer web support. Ha ha ha. 3-mana tap, put a +1/+1 counter on target spider, activate as a sorcery. That's fine. Pow! Yeah, definitely like a limited card, but it's fine for limited. I like the name, Kapow. I wonder if they'll change this for the arena-only version. 3-mana sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It fights target creature and opponent controls. That... This should be either instant speed or should be a bite. I really do not like that this is a fight spell and sorcery speed. This is, yeah, that's a bad one. I don't believe Kapow is protected, but I think Thwip is. We looked this up. Yeah, it's bad. I wonder if this is in the starter deck. I bet it is. Craven's Cats. He has cats on his body. He's got like a skinned lion head, I think. And cats that he's trained to, I guess, hunt down Spider-Men. 2-mana 2/2. You can pay 3 to give it a +2/+2 once a turn. It's just like a little pump ability. It's bear with an upside. They're okay. They're good at getting damage in, and that's it. Meow. The cats are villains. They're good kitties. Like that they're in Central Park in that. Craven's Last Hunt. The best known Craven comics. I've been told they're worth reading. 4 mana. Mill 5 cards. When you do, the saga deals damage equal to the greatest power among creature cards in your graveyard to target creature. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. And then return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So in a deck that's based around having high power creature cards in your graveyard, like Koram, this still doesn't feel very good. This feels very mediocre. And I don't like that that's a rare, but the good part about it being a rare is I'll see it less and limited, so I won't have to pick it. It seems like a solid translation of the comic. Yeah, it's just a bad card. Lizard? Connor's Curse? Finally! The lizard! And he turns people into lizards! It's a 4-mana 5/5 with trample. Okay, sold. Perfect for limited. When it enters, up to 1 other target creature loses all abilities and becomes a green lizard creature power. Creature with base power and toughness 4/4. It turns something else into a vanilla lizard. Lizard. I know I didn't stop when we started green because I wanted to keep going, but there's an ad break running, so I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to look at lizard. Lurking lizards. Oh, well, the lizard. Looks like you've turned someone into a lizard. Lurking Lizards is a 2-mana 1/3 with trample. When you cast a spell with a mana value 4 or greater, you put a +1/+1 counter onto Lurking Lizards. This guy apparently did not want to become a lizard, which is a shame because everybody should want to be a lizard. Everybody is better if they're a lizard. You're experiencing growth. All right? Everybody just give in. Let Dr. Connors turn you into a lizard. They don't realize the benefits of being a lizard. Sure, the molting is rough, but the rest of it's great. They'll come around to it. Yeah, you know what? Once this guy gets out of this like sewer and goes lays in a sunbeam, That's gonna be the happiest man on earth. He's gonna be like, wow, I've never felt such delight and comfort. I love being a lizard. Miles Morales. It's a Spider-Man. 2 mana, 1/2, human citizen hero. When he enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Okay, so he can target himself and something else. That seems pretty solid for 2 mana. Good for like a scales deck even. Because he's a 2 mana, 2/3 that's also buffing something else. And you can transform him or cast him as Ultimate Spider-Man. This is a 6 mana, 4/3. And remember, you can have him enter like that and put the counters. First strike and haste. Oh, this one doesn't fly or anything. 2 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on Ultimate Spider-Man. He gains hexproof and becomes colorless until end of turn. That's a nice way to put counters on yourself. Whenever you attack, double the number of each kind of counter on each spider and legendary creature you control. That seems solid for a scales deck. Notably, it's not whenever Ultimate Spider-Man attacks, it's whenever you attack with anything. Doubling the counters on legendaries. This even would like put an extra indestructible counter on Arwen. This seems like a cool commander. That seems like a solid ability. It does start at 6 mana, which is the tougher part, but there's some good ramp in scales deck. You got Incubation Druid and the Kami. This is still neat. Chat is saying no. Oh, it like his electricity power? You don't like that it's not anything relating to that? No, it's his turning invisible power, the camouflage. Pictures of Spider-Man. That's what I want and what Jonah Jameson wants. You can tell that a lot of influence in this set comes from the Spider-Man films, including like the older ones and the animated ones. And that's neat. I mean, also like those films usually highlighted Spider-Man highlights, so it all kind of like comes full circle. When this artifact enters, you look at the top 5 cards of your library. You can reveal up to 2 creature cards from among them and put them into your hand. It's not bad for 3 mana. We've seen some similar stuff to that. You can also pay 1 and sacrifice it to make a treasure token. This is okay if you have a very creature-dense deck. It might be some card advantage, but it's not amazing. It's kind of slow and expensive. And I don't think that there's much other synergy for it. Even though they specifically said the set is based on the comics and not movies, if it were, it would not have such a focus on... Okay, well, this is just Bonesaw. This is Bonesaw. It's kind of like how with Lord of the Rings, they're like, yeah, it's just from the books, not the movies. And it's like, legally, I know you're doing that to protect yourself, because you don't have the rights to the movies, but you definitely put a heavier focus on the things that are important in the movies. It's Crusher Hogan. You're right. It's Crusher Hogan. But it's literally got the nobody can stay in the ring for 3 minutes with me. I got you for 3 minutes. Bonesaw is ready. He's not Macho Man Randy Savage. Yes, Crusher Hogan. It's a 4 mana 4/4. He can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. When he enters, he makes a treasure. What's this? This is from the comic. It's Macho Man's fault. He's so like present that he had retconned the character. Wait, what? Is the problem that like Macho Man Randy Savage's appearance and character just kind of like superseded in popularity and rewrote history, kind of like how now Wolverine is tall? Okay, got it. I understand this. I understand why something being there would do that. It's Bonesaw. What's this? Bonesaw invented by Sam Raimi and everyone else forgot who Crusher is? Good. He hasn't been in a comic for 40 years. it's because of that macho madness. Radioactive spider. Oh my god, it's the thing that bites Peter Parker. And other people. 1 mana, 1/1, reach and death touch. Well, it's gonna trade into something, probably. You can also pay to sacrifice this creature, search your library for a spider hero, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Activate as a sorcery. Okay, it's a Spider-Man tutor. If you're building a Spider-Man flavor deck, this is important. Otherwise, it's fine for limited. It's a 1 mana, 1/1 that will stop your opponent's cards or trade into them. Or you can use it to tutor for the spider hero you want. Too bad sorcery speed, so you can't, like, block sacrifice. You like it for Shelob? Shelob's not a spider hero. But it is a cheap... It is, you know what? It is a 1 mana death touching spider, which is good for Shelob. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, reach death touch. Sandman. Shifting Scoundrel. Hello, Mr. Sandman. Man me a sand. He's got a giant club that is his hand. 3 mana. Power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. So it's a Morrow. Those are usually pretty strong, especially at just 3 mana. Can't be blocked by creatures of power 2 or less. You can pay 5 mana to return it. And a land from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So you need to have a land in your graveyard. That seems very good, though, with all the discard stuff. I feel this is a very good card for limited. Has evasion, gets real big, and has a way to bring itself back for cheap at instant speed. Like, they come back tapped, but that's fine. Could you think maybe even constructed? We'll see. How hard is it to find an Evolving Wilds? Is there an Evolving Wilds in this set? I think there is, with a new name. Actually, you know what? Let's just, like, fast forward real quick. Because I think there is one. Vibrant Cityscape, yeah. So Vibrant Cityscape, this is a terraforming expanse Evolving Wilds that's common, it's in the set, and it works incredible with Sandman. So, easy synergy for the card. Scout the City. A 2 mana sorcery. You can look around, mill 3 cards, put a permanent from among them into your hand and gain 3 life. Or destroy target creature with flying. This is a nice modal card. It is a little slow, but it gives you the, hey, if your opponent doesn't have something scary with flying, you don't need a Sorcery Seed Plummet. You can use this to mill and grab a permanent. There's a chance it could whiff if your deck doesn't have a lot of permanents, or just hit you like with a land, but the gaining 3 life is nice. This is one of the most versatile lords we've ever seen, especially for just spider decks. No longer are we tied to just Ishkana. It's a 2 mana 2/2. When it enters, you make a food, and also it has animal mayhem. Spiders, boars, bats, bears, birds, cats, dogs, frogs, jackals, lizards, mice, otters, rabbits, raccoons, rats, squirrels, turtles, and wolves all get +1/+1. Notably, this list includes an awful lot of Bloomburrow creatures. So if you're doing like a cute Bloomburrow build, you could throw Spider-Ham in there. Yep. Things are happening. Oh, I see. Somebody's saying we need an analog SBBBB. So, oh, I see. You said S4B CDF JLA MORRRST. Even you squirrels get +1/+1 squirrels. Look, squirrels in the chat. You are all getting +1/+1. Boop. Spider-Man, Brooklyn Visionary. I believe this is also Miles Morales, and it is also the card from the starter deck. His headphones look wrong. Like, they have more dimensions than he does. I think that's a cool, stylish art, though. Other than the headphones. The headphones feel like they're distracting from his face. Yeah, that looks good, though. 5 mana, 4/3, web slinging you 3 when it enters. Get a basic land, put it in tapped, and shuffle. That's fine for limited. I think that the fact you can web slinging this is kind of nice. But otherwise, it's like, yeah, that 5 mana, you probably want something else. But it's limited. The guy in the chair, who we can also see back here, is Genki, who they based Ned on in the Tom Holland movies. He looks like Ned in the other art. Thank you, Code Green. I can tell you are a big on Spider-Man's person. Spider Rex Daring Dino. Yes, it's a Colossal Dreadmaw. It's a 6 mana 6/6, but it has Reach and Trample. Because it has webs. Don't ask how that works. And Ward 2. Rawr. Dinosaur. Goofy alternate universe Spider-Man that's a dinosaur. Why not? Spider's Man. Heroic Horde. Notably, not a spider-human hero. Because he's made of spiders. Oh, yeah, this feels lazy. Spider's Man. He eats people, this guy? Wouldn't Morlun want to, like really want to eat this guy? Spider's Man is a sentient swarm of spiders who ate Peter Parker and absorbed his mind and took up the mantle. Comic books, baby. It's a 2 mana 2/3. Nice stats. Web slinging of 6. When it enters, if you web slung it, you gain 3 life and make 2 additional 2/1 spiders. Yeah, it feels like a limited card. Huh. Do they still eat people now that they're Spider-Man? I mean, or just like bugs? Oh, wait. Morlun did bite him and spiders poured out. He hated it. Spider's Man tries really hard not to eat people. Uh-huh. I really appreciate this background knowledge. I think I love Spider's Man. I think you know what, Spider Noir, that's no longer my favorite Spidered Man. I think Spider's Man is my new favorite Spidered Man. Man of Spider. He's popular in a meme way. No, but like I can appreciate this. Yeah, comic books, like eventually you just kind of write whatever because you don't have a choice. He's an oogie boogie man. You feel like he should be a spider horror hero? They did some spider horrors before. They're kind of gross looking. Strength of Will. Actually, his name is Peter. Is a 2 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains indestructible, and whenever this creature is dealt damage, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. A cool single target protection that can seriously grow your creature. Strength of Will seems okay. It's like a low-powered rare, but still kind of good. I like that for a limited, though. To me, this is the kind of, like, combat trick that could permanently grow your card big enough, but usually, like, the huge cards that are swinging in also have trample, which is kind of tough. This is from Amazing Spider-Man issue 50. It's iconic. It looks cool. This feels like a very Spider-Man thing to do. Somebody's saying this is Walking Ballista combo creature on an instant. I mean, it plus hardened scales? Huh? Oh, like if you have Walking Ballista, you put it on Walking Ballista and you have it hit itself? I see what you're saying. Yeah, we don't have Walking Ballista in Arena. because of Heliod combo. They banned it and then they just didn't print it again when we reprinted Kaladesh. It was coded into Arena. They just didn't reprint it. Yeah, have Walking Ballista shoot itself to get infinitely large and then shoot damage at your opponent. Guys, we broke Walking Ballista. Yay! Oh, Dr. Culture, you might need to refresh the chat. Supportive parents. Miles has them. Peter doesn't. Thank you, though, Dark Ultra, for the resub. Thank you for using your Prime. 3 mana, 3/3. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control to add 1 mana of any color. Okay. Not my favorite. Ah, yeah, there it is. Yeah, with Prime subs, you usually have to like refresh your page to get it to pop up. I don't know why. Wow. Look at people having supportive parents. How do I feel about this in Limited? It's kind of cute that it enables web slinging, but I don't love it. I kind of wish it was like a 1 mana 1/1 that could tap itself in something else. It's a 3 mana 3/3 for 3 otherwise. Yeah. Well, I said 4/3 and 3 mana. Whatever. It's day 5 of Subathon. You know how it gets. I think a 2 mana 2/2 might feel a little better. A terrific team up. Yeah, what's cool about this is that if you have like 40 creatures, you can tap them all for mana in a way that's kind of like Balin. Like tons and tons of tokens. Maybe people will do something with that in Constructed. I don't know though. Is this the entire set? Yes. Terrific team up. 2 Spider-Mans and 1 Venom getting all webbed up. 4 mana instant, costs 2 less if you have if you have a creature with a permanent with mana value 4 or greater. Reading's hard. 1 or 2 target creatures you control each get +1/+0 until end of turn, and each deal damage equals to their power to target creature an opponent controls. So this is like a bond together kind of 2 things hitting the 1 thing. We've had a couple of those now. I like that it can cost only 2 mana instead of 4, but honestly, even at 4 mana, that's not terrible. I think that this is a better instant speed removal than like the bite or the fight we saw earlier. Much better than Kapow. Wall crawl. This is the closest we have to the wall. I know that's heartbreaking. 4 mana enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/1 green spider creature token with reach. Then gain 1 life for each spider you control. Spiders you control get +1/+1 and can't be blocked by creatures with defender. So essentially, make a 3/2 with reach and gain a life, and also spiders can't be blocked by things with defender. Have we even seen a creature with defender? Oh, there's the blue aura that turns something into a defender. It was the hanging up his suit. Spider-Man no more. Why is it showing the Spanish version? Cause something has gone wrong. One second. It's possible they messed up the, It's because only the Spanish one is on Scryfall right now. Here we go. The alt art shows in English. Web of Life and Destiny. An 8 mana enchantment with Convoke. So you can tap your creatures to help pay for it. There appears to be either a giant Spider-Man or a man on a spider here. At the beginning of combat in your turn, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them into the battlefield. So this is like a big, goofy enchantment. I could see playing this unlimited if I have a bunch of other creatures. Because it triggers at the beginning of combat, especially. So it means like you could Convoke, play this first main, and still get a creature on that turn. I like that. This is more Magic Totem Spider stuff. Thank you! Also, yeah, you could tap them and web sling them. Magic Spider-Man things. Cool card. I could definitely see this being played in Commander, though. This is Morlun's assistant who moves him around the multiverse so he can eat more Spider-Men. She's a big spider lady. Huh. When are they going to show the arena versions of these cards? I believe on Monday. I just think they're neat. Multicolored. Gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna look at these. Bioorganic Carapace. Let's start talking about multicolored cards. It's a 4-mana equipment, an artifact. When it enters, it automatically gets equipped. Gives +2/+2, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each modified creature you control. That's nice. This is a combination of a buff and a card draw engine, and it doesn't just draw you one card per hit. You put this on your most evasive card, and each modified creature is gonna get you more cards. Definitely a rare, and I'd say that's a pretty nice one, especially if you have like cheap flyers. I'd throw this on that pigeon. Pigeon's doing some damage. Pigeon's drawing some cards. Skyward Spider. Skyward Spider is a 2-mana 2/2 with Ward 2, has flying if it's modified. Yep, that's a common legend. It's cool that it's got hybrid mana, which means you can play it in blue or white decks or blue-white decks. Ward's cool because it means that, like, it will be not as bad if you're, like, investing counters onto it. And we did see some things that put counters on other creatures. If you have good enablers, that seems just fine. You think that the pigeon is voiced by Norm Macdonald? Oh yeah, just like Mike Tyson's Mysteries. Throw it on something with Myriad. Draw a ton of cards. Make some clones. The copies won't be modified. No, but they'll all still do a hit. They'll do a hit. Spider. Piloted by Penny. This is Penny Parker and her mech suit. 5-mana 4/4 with Vigilance. Puts a counter on target creature when she enters, which can be itself. And whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's a great ability on an uncommon. Yeah, it's Penny! I assume you say this like Spider, right? I don't actually know. Do you say SP//DR? Yeah, the comics, I remember this comic character is designed by the lead singer of My Chemical Romance, Gerard Way, right? Oh, the arena importer's gonna hate the 2 slashes. Spider. Spider-Woman, Stunning Savior. Remember how before we were talking about how there's Spider-Woman, but then there's Spider-Woman in a different universe that doesn't have Spider-Woman, so she has to change her name when she comes to a different one, and then we have like Ghost Spider and Spider-Gwen. Yeah, so this is Spider-Woman, who is not Gwen Stacy. This is Jessica something? There's just too many Spider-Men and women. Spider-Woman, Stunning Savior, is a 2-mana 2/2 flyer. Artifacts and creatures your opponents control enter tapped. Great little hate bear. I could definitely see playing this in some constructed decks and unlimited. Like, that ability of just like, hey, I'm gonna mess with your stuff is really nice. Jessica Drew! Thank you! This was the first Spider-Woman. She's entirely unrelated to Spider-Man and has no spider DNA. But is she a mutant? Where are her powers from? She's not a Spider-Man. Does she not have spider powers? She can fly and shoot lasers from an experiment. She did spider fighting while pregnant. Yeah, like, is this card obscenely strong? No, it's nice. It's a 2-mana 2/2 flyer that has a hate bear effect. That's great for limited. Also, hybrid mana. She's besties with Captain Marvel? Huh. Weird that she's called Spider-Woman, but she can wall crawl and she has pheromone powers. Her husband is the armadillo. Now, I don't know if you're making stuff up at this point, but that sounds made up. But you know what? You show me a Spider-Man character, you say, ah, yeah, she's married to the armadillo. That's like the same thing as like you showed me a Final Fantasy character from a game I haven't played, and you're like, yeah, he died, but then he came back, but then he died again. It was really sad. And I'd be like, yeah, man, that sounds like something that would happen in Final Fantasy. She's Spider-Man's half-sister? Antonio Rodriguez. The armadillo! Wow. Sun Spider. Not like Sun Boy, but like the sun in the sky. Nimble Weber. What's with his arm proportions? What's going... Does he have like a baby arm? Good for him being a hero despite that. 4 mana, 3/2. During your tool, Sun Spider has flying. When Sun Spider enters, search your library for an aura and equipment, shuffle it, or reveal it, shuffle, put it in your hand, and shuffle. That seems fine. It's cool that it tutors. If you have an aura and equipment worth tutoring, this is a good card to put with it. Oh, so it is a disability. I was wondering why he has a little arm. And these are his crutches, his web crutches. She? Sun Spider is girl? Okay, thank you. Her chair is webbed up on the back. Oh, I can see the wheel. Okay, so that's a wheelchair on her back. And she got a wheel arm. And she got web tubes. And tutors for equipment. That actually feels like that's kind of thematic. Because you said she's carrying her wheelchair. That's her getting her wheelchair. Wraith. Hey, I revealed this card. This card is absurd, by the way. Like, for limited, it's really good, but it is one of those, like, amazing cards for just a Voltron deck. 3 mana, 1/1 double strike. That's fine. Can't be blocked. There's a couple auras and a couple of equipments and a bunch of +1/+1 counters in this set. So this is Wraith, Vicious Vigilante. Wraith, I know, is, yeah, Yuri Watanabe, down there. Police captain. Uses the impounded villain's equipments to do vigilante work. Glitch Goddess says that their wife has EDS and Sun Spider is her favorite spider person. Aw, that's nice. Doc Ock, Master Plana. 7 mana? Ugh. 7 mana, 4/8. Other villains get +2/+2. Your maximum hand size is 8. I'm sure. At the beginning of your end step, if you have fewer than 8 cards in hand, draw cards equal to the difference. This is gonna come out so late and limited, I'm gonna mill myself to death. Doc Optimistic. You think it should... I bet at one point it did cost 8 mana for flavor. I wonder... You know what I wish this card had? I wish it cost 8 mana and cost 1 less for each villain you control. I think that would be so great. I know it wouldn't be like a flavor-filled thing, but it would just be like a prototype 8. Affinity for villains, yes! Give him affinity for villains! Because then he'd be like a really good villains commander. Costing 7, like, his ability is good, but that's so expensive. And Doc Ock usually runs a Sinister 6, says Code Green. Yeah, that... It's like the more people he has working for him, the stronger he is, and like the easier it is for him to lead everyone. That's too bad. You wanted Olivia? We got another Doc Ock though, right? Olivia Octavius. Let's see. 7 mana for draw to 8 is... Okay, I'm not saying the card is bad for limited, especially because there's ways to reanimate it in this set. What I'm saying is, I wish the mana cost were 8. Because it's Doc Ock. Oh, look, more goons! Mob Lookout. These guys work for Kingpin or something? It says, hurry up before the bug gets here. I'm Hammerhead. 2 mana, 0/3. When this creature enters, draw... Oh, target creature controls connives. Oh... I mean, it's fine. It could be a 1/4. It gives you some filtering. It's a cheap villain. Hammerhead's a mobster? Thank you for knowing things. And about this man and his hired goons. He works for Tombstone, who did get a card, surprisingly. Chat? You know what time it is! It's morbing time. This is the card that's gonna make Wizards of the Coast $1 more billion and force them to re-release the set in theaters. We knew when we saw in the previews that there's gonna be a vampire scientist villain that it's gonna be Morbius. Dude, it's Morbin time! Chat knows! It's Morbin time! How's the card? It's a 4 mana, 3/1 with Flying, Vigilance, and Lifelink. That's pretty good at just hitting your opponent repeatedly and getting you a bunch of life. If it ends up in your graveyard, you can also exile it from your graveyard, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in hand, rest on the bottom of your library. Yeah, that's not bad. That's just like a solid ability set. I don't know if those abilities have anything to do with Morbius, though, other than he's a vampire. Yeah, why is he so boring? Doesn't Wizards of the Coast know that people love Morbius? The flavor is he can fly. I bet he looks really stupid when he flies. Chat's asking, when can we accept the Morbin video on Brawl Stars? Why does nobody respect my time? You think you should have Death Touch? He looks like that art when he flies. He's just like, ah! And then moves forward. I'm an influencer. I have no time. No time for Morbius. It's not vampire. It's not the Vampire Nighthawk. Because it doesn't have Death Touch. Still, it's not bad. It has a good graveyard ability. Prowler. Hi, Uncle Prowler. 3 mana, 2/3 with Menace. Whenever another villain you control enters, Prowler connives. I kind of wish he stole things, because he's Prowler. But that's okay. You keep expecting the sound sting from the movie? I mean, that's kind of cool. It's just like, it's villain synergy. He grows over time or filters your hand. And the connive, of course, goes well with the mayhem. I think we're going to see some really good mayhem cards, too, with the red-black uncommons and commons and legends and rares and that stuff. Yeah, fine for limited. Menace and it grows. Superior Spider-Man. Who is Otto Octavius? Oh. Oh, I see, because there's the legs on there. Okay. This is Doc Ock in Peter's body. 4 mana, 4/4 Mind Swap. You may have Superior Spider-Man enter as a copy of any creature in a graveyard, except his name is Superior Spider-Man, and he's a 4/4 Spider-Human hero. If you do that, exile that card. Doc Ock steals Peter's body, realizes he's a shittier Spider-Man, and gives up. But he called himself Superior Spider-Man. He transferred his brain, fell in love with a scientist with dwarfism, and then dumped Mary Jane. He didn't realize that Peter pulls his punches. Yeah. That's because Peter Parker is a good person. Doc Ock punches the head off some guy. So wait, did Doc Ock do that because he like wanted to do good in the world and he's like, I could be a better hero than Spider-Man? Oh, he did it because he was dying? And then does he just like give up and he's like, hey man, Peter, I'm sorry. Here's your mind back. Oh, he punches Scorpion's jaw off? Dang. Yeah, long-term radiation exposure? Well, yeah. That checks out. We saw Scorpion before. Went to Iron Man for help. The Body Swap comic's really weird. Bet. Yeah, it's weird to me that, like, the type... I mean, I guess he's still trying to behave as a hero as Spider-Man. He's just doing a really bad job of it. All right. Symbiote Spider-Man. So this is, the black suit Spider-Man, but Venom. 3 mana, 2/4, symbiote spider hero. When this creature deals combat damage to a player, you look at that many cards from the top of your library, put 1 into your hand, the rest in the graveyard. Get some graveyard filling up. Find new host. You can pay 3, exile it from your graveyard, and put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and it gains this card's other abilities. Oh, that's kind of nice. That's like a good renew ability. I think that anything that's like on hit, draw cards, but can bestow that to something else is kind of nice. Neat. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good card for limited. Especially if you can like buff it, give it evasion, or just put its ability on something with evasion. I don't know if I'd play it anywhere else. Like even with the renew abilities on like a Tival deck, Tival is a card I think I would consider it with. It's kind of cute, like a Muldrotha. Vulture, Scheming Scavenger is a 6 mana 4/6 uncommon flying, and gives other villains flying too. He's sharing his wings with them. He's got a real, very, very green costume you have there, sir. He looks fine. Yeah, I don't think it's that good, but like that's a big flyer and it's easy to cast. You can splash it. You liked Michael Keaton as Vulture? Yeah. Oh, Carnage also just got a card. I thought it was just on the Saga. Carnage, Crimson Chaos. 4 mana, 4/3 with Trample. When it enters, return target creature card with a mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains, this creature attacks each combat if able. And when this creature deals combat damage to a player, sacrifice it. Okay. It's also got Mayhem. That's not bad. It's not that exciting to me either, but it's fine. This card is pre-selling for $100? Am I missing something? Yeah, it can be 2 mana if you discard it. That's I think the part about it that's good. You think it's just because people really like Carnage? We already established that I completely underestimated how much people like Venom. And if people like Venom, Carnage. Yeah, don't look at pre-sale prices, especially like the day after the gallery goes live, because they're going to be all over the place. I would say just in general, wait until like a set is out to even like look at the prices. Art is cool. I bet there's like an alt art too, right? Another goblin that's green, except it's Rakdos. Green Goblin Revenant. 5 mana, 3/3, flying, death touch. When it attacks, discard a card and then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. That's fun with a lot of the other cards in this set. A lot of connive and everything else. Neat. Pumpkin Bombardment. Hitting them with some little pumpkin bombs. 1 mana, you have to either discard a card or pay 2. Oh, yeah, it's fine for limited. It's a flying uncommon with death touch. Can draw you cards. I think Grixis Villains looks fun. 3 damage to target creature at sorcery speed, and it's either 3 mana or requires a discard. Unless I have a lot of discard synergy, that's unfortunate removal. It doesn't seem like there's that much great removal in this set other than like the Banishing Light and the like put a creature on the bottom. Scarlet Spider Cane. 2 mana, 2/1 with Menace. When it enters, you can discard a card, and if you do, he gets a +1/+1 counter. Also, he has Mayhem. Neat. And there is a good amount of discard synergy. Oh, he's a clone, because he's part of the clone saga? Those who cross Kane are forever marked. Thanks, guys. Shriek! Troublemaker! Oh, that was part of that alternate villains group. The Not-So-Sinister Not-Six. 5 mana, 2/3. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may discard a card. When you do, target creature can't block this turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, Shriek deals 1 damage to that opponent. Or to that player. Nice. She's a mutant? She is. She's a mutant villain. So gives you an optional discard. I think that Sonic Blast ability is kind of nice. Exposure to the Dark Force dimension left Francis Barrington craving chaos and carnage. Oh, well, I can't trust this guy. He's a Francis. Wait. She's Carnage's girlfriend. Her name is Francis? All right. Hence the pun in the flavor text. Oh, she's craving carnage because it's Carnage's girlfriend. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys. I'm learning. The portal of France. Wow. How Parisian. Ultimate Green Goblin. Hey, we saw his goons before. They all look like freaks. She was in the second Venom movie. I didn't watch that. Nor the third. Ultimate Green Goblin is a 3-mana 5/4. At the beginning of your upkeep, you will have to discard a card and then create a treasure token. Also, it has Mayhem, so the more Mayhem you cause, the more Mayhem you get. Very much a card that's getting a lot of damage out early, but I do like that it's getting you that treasure. Yeah, he's like a really goblin-looking goblin. Super aggressive. He does look kind of hulkish. It's the shorts. But, like, that means he was wearing, like, shorts, and then he, I assume, huffed his goblin juice and got real silly with it. Not even human anymore. Just goblin mode. Yay, we love you, Spider-Man. We're sorry we were so mean about it before. We love you, Spider-Man. I'm a 2-mana 2/2. At the beginning of each player's main phase, that player may put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and if they do, they get a colorless mana for each counter on it. Yay! Woo! So it ramps both players. Huh. This is definitely a group hug card in Commander. That's kind of cute. Yeah, it gives your opponent the choice of like, hey, if you want the mana, you have to buff it. I don't know how this would play in Limited. How do I feel about it? Well, it gives my opponent the mana first, but also buffs it. Chat's like, but mana burn. You know we don't have mana burn anymore. I really don't know if I like this. How good can you group hug in red and green? It feels like a commander card, yeah. Kind of like, what is it, like Abundance, where it lets everybody play an extra land? Yeah, it's weird. I kind of wish it dealt damage to the opponent too, but that does not work for like a cheering crowd. Craven, Proud Predator is the 3 mana 4 with Vigilance. His power is equal to the greatest mana value among permanents you control, which, if he's alone, is just a 3/4. Okay, that's not bad. 3/4 with Vigilance for 3, I'll take it. And look, he has big kitty cats and then a big old lion skin and some tigers and cheetahs. Man loves animal skins. Yeah, it's Rhino. Yay, Rhino. He costs so much mana, 7 mana. This is a 7 mana 6/7. He's got Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. So he can attack right away. And when he does attack, if you've cast a mana value 4 or greater card this turn, you draw a card. So turn he comes down, he can swing and draw you a card. That's a lot of sudden damage. He has 7 mana, but it feels like a top end for like limited stuff. That's cool. Rhino's Rampage. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and it fights target creature an opponent controls. When excess damage dealt to that creature an opponent controlled it. Oh, when excess damage is dealt to the creature an opponent controls this way, destroy up to 1 target non-creature artifact with a mana value 3 or less. That seems cool. It's also some artifact and enchantment removal. Oh no, sorry, just artifact and only non-creature. Still fine. That's a cool piece of removal. I like 1 mana fights too. It's a 1 mana fight that can destroy some equipment. Scarlet Spider Ben Riley. Yeah, you can also play this in just mono red. I bet the mice might like that. 3 mana 4/3 with web slinging. And trample. Yeah, his web slinging cost is just 2. If Scarlet Spider was cast using web slinging, he enters with X +1/+1 counters, where X is the mana value of the returned creature. That feels good. It feels like a good way to get a big Gruul guy in play, because he's already a 4/3. There's the other clone. Yeah, Ben Riley. Neat. Huh? Spider Manifestation. 2 mana, 2/2 Spider Avatar with Reach. Taps for mana. Neat. When you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, untap this creature. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, a freaky little spider monster. Yeah, that feels good. This is a common. Wait, is this a... No, that's a rare. This is a common. Seems like a good mana or a good mana dork that can be used multiple times in a turn. Also, it being a 2/2 with Reach, I think is helpful. A little bit of Duskmourn seemed to have leached into this set. Yeah, we also had a toy made out of spiders. So I guess, I don't know, spiders are just good at producing mana sometimes. How does this fit into Spider-Man lore? Maybe these are the spiders that ate Spider-Man and became Spiders-Man. I don't know. They look like spiders to me. I don't know Spider-Man lore that well. Gallant citizen. Hello, it's me. I'm going to go to space. I'm a hero. He's a hero. Oh. Is this about more like the Totem Spider-Man stuff? This is J. Jonah Jameson's son? Yeah! People cheer for that webbed menace when they should be cheering for my son! My son who's a werewolf. What? Man-wolf. When this creature enters, draw a card. I mean, I like that. I like a 2-mana 1/1 that draws me a card when it enters. Those are usually nice little cantrippers. This is also especially good for web slinging because you put it back in your hand, you can draw again. He's the astronaut who brought back the symbiote. That's what I thought it was. I didn't know he was a werewolf. Huh. He's J. Jonah Jameson Jr. I was not a werewolf, no. Oh, the werewolf thing is just from the cartoons? Or is it... Oh, him bringing back the symbiote is only from the cartoons. The Wolfman thing is because he found a magic rock on the moon. So sometimes he brings back a magic rock that turns him into a werewolf. Sometimes he brings back the Venom symbiote. Like you do. That's just how it happens, man. One day you're training to be an astronaut, you go to space and you find a mythical rock and you turn into a werewolf. Or perhaps you bring back Venoms. Moon's haunted. Mary Jane Watson. She's just a regular girl having a regular time. She's also a performer in the Mary Janes. I guess, because they gave her the type performer. 2-mana, 2/2. Whenever a spider you control enters, draw a card. Triggers once a turn. That seems good for limited. It's a rare, but like, I would only really play it in limited for this set. Unless there's something else that can make like a spider token each turn. Oh, she's a model / actress. That would work. Is there other art? Yeah, this one looks kind of off. All right, let me look at the other art for her. Mary Jane. Not the Mary Janes. Mary Jane Watson. Okay, so there's 3 arts for her. This is her just like helping Spider-Man out. He's had a rough time. Aww. This one, she looks, I don't know, kind of like weird and fakey. And this one's kind of cool too, the comic book art one. Of her like signing headshots, hitting people with baseball bats, and going on adventures with Spider-Man. Oh yeah, the Mary Janes does not have Mary Jane in it. Thank you. Except in Spider-Gwen world, then it does. She's the singer, right? Which is what's depicted on that, I think. There's Gwen and that's Mary Jane, I think. Because she says the face it tiger thing, which is the thing she says. She likes to say face it tiger. Betty Brant's third girl. And then there's a keyboardist. Girlies. Silk. Web Weaver. That's very cool art. I like the, like, I don't know, pink and green on it. I think that's cool looking. 4 mana, 3/5 with a web slinging cost of 3. Whenever you cast a creature spell, make a 1/1 green and white human citizen token. I like that. As a token lover myself. 5 mana. Creatures you control get +2/+2 in vigilance until end of turn. Ooh, and you can activate it multiple times. This feels like a great card for limited. Same artist as the Carnage? Wait, let me look up. Because the Carnage art was also very cool looking. No, different artist. Oh, no. Because she was bitten by the same spider as Peter Parker, they're hormonally driven towards each other. Comic book writing. Or fan fiction writing. Man, I would put that in my fan fiction. That's great. She looks cool, though. Spider-Girl Legacy Hero. On Earth 982, Mayday Parker, the first child of Peter and Mary Jane, continues her father's legacy. Oh, is that Spiderling who we saw before? So this is Mayday? That's cool. 2 mana, 2/2. She has flying on your turn, and when she leaves the battlefield, she makes a token. Cool. Easy to attack in with her. She's tapped, and then you try to bring her back into hand. Mayday is the original version from the 90s of their kid. That's cool. Spider-Man India. A 5 mana 4/4 with web slinging of 3. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control against flying until end of turn. That feels solid for an uncommon. These, like, whenever you cast a creature spells on the rare and uncommon, feel pretty nice. And, like, it makes sense with the web slinging. You think this art kicks? It's got really nice lighting to it. Do you like the kicks? Yeah, he's got, like, Converse on. The only thing I don't like about this is that Converse are very flat, which to me are, like, extremely inconvenient. They're fashion shoes. Web Warriors. It's a bunch more Spider-Verse boys. And girls. And pigs. 5 mana, 4/3. When it enters, put a counter on all your other creatures. Whatever. You know how it is in limited. It's better if you can cast it twice by web slinging it back into your hand, but it costs 5, so it's later. Mr. Negative. I do dig this art. His goons look stupid. Little demon boys. 7 mana, 5/5. Vigilance and lifelink. And when he enters, you can swap life totals with your opponent. And if you lose life this way, you draw that many cards. It's fine. Like, there are things you can do with that type of ability, but they're usually not something you're able to really pull off in limited. That said, if you're down to 1 and your opponent's at 20 and you pull this off in limited, you're gonna feel like the coolest dude ever. Blink at each end step using yeah, you could blink at each end step and do some stuff with, like, teleportation circle and get silly with it, reanimate it. Yeah, it's cool. Spot, Living Portal. Hey, Payback 98, thank you for the sub. Man of Hole. Oh, man. My only familiarity with the Spot is from the movie, and my understanding from people in chat is that that's pretty much the only place where he's not just like a joke one-off character. And yes, he's showing Hole. His name is a pun on Johnny on the Spot. Living Portal. Dr. Jonathan Owen had no problem breaking laws, physical or otherwise. He doesn't exist outside the movie. Oh, that's good. When the Spot enters, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent and up to 1 target non-land permanent from a graveyard. When it dies, put them on the bottom of the library and put the exiled cards back in their owner's hands. So bring your stuff back. Wait. So he's an O-ring, exile a non-land permanent. And up to one from a graveyard. Okay, so he's temporarily removing things from your opponents and temporarily removing things from your graveyard. Only triggers if he dies. Yeah. You could bounce it back into your hand too to just permanently get rid of the things. Okay. Yeah, if you can, like, blink him or put him back in your hand with web slinging, you can permanently remove your opponent's stuff. That's kind of neat. Definitely feels like the sort of thing you'd mostly be using in Limited, especially at 5 mana, being a 4/4, but not bad. Spider-Man, 2099. Get your Miguels. Your 2 mana 2/3 from the future. You can't cast Spider-Man 2099 during your first, second, or third turns of the game, even though he costs 2 mana. Kind of like what they did with Jace. Double Strike. Vigilance. Ooh, damn, man. At the beginning of your end step, if you've played a land or cast a spell this turn from anywhere other than your hand, he deals damage equal to his power to any target. That feels strong. Definitely good for Limited. And I'd say that coming out on the first 3 turns, that matters less in Limited. You're not guaranteed to have him in your opening hand anyway. Seems like a good card. 2 mana, 2/3 with Double Strike Vigilance that can deal additional damage to any target. Works with the Exile and Mayhem archetypes. Sure does. Oh, it's because he's from the future. That makes sense. Oh boy, it's Kraven. Yeah, I mean, in Commander, he triggers for himself because you cast him from the command zone. How often do standard games go to turn 4? Usually. Usually 4 or, like, more. That's so Kraven. Thanks. 3 mana, 4/3 with Trample. Whenever a creature an opponent controls with the greatest power among creatures that player controls dies, you draw a card and put a +1/+1 counter on him. Oh, he's kind of like the bounty hunter from Ikoria. I think that's pretty cool. The more removal you have, the better this card gets. Neat. Arachna, Heart of the Spider. Does Arachna mean spider? I like trying to remember. It does? Yay! I remembered one Spanish word! Nailed it. What's this? Oh, Gail Monfils says he likes my content. Yeah, he once rated after doing a press conference. That's the tennis player, right? I think that's really cool. It's so funny how there's like a bunch of celebrities spread around different interests that all randomly play Magic the Gathering. It's very cool. I remember there was a time I was talking with somebody else about just like, oh yeah, like I've played backstage like Magic the Gathering with all these different show performers because they'll see us like playing like in like during setup because like it's not our time to do a sound check or something and just ask to play. It's like, yeah, that's pretty rad. You think they should call her Spider Corazon de Arachna? Just invert her name? That's cool. And I'm sorry I butchered that guy's name. Dude, I don't know how to say French names. I can hardly say my name. And that's Amy. What does this do? Have we seen any of the arena versions of Spider-Humans? We've seen 2. And both of them are a human and a spider next to each other, not a human that is also a spider. But I feel like they gotta make anything that's Simic or Bant a human spider, right? Please? Please? Yeah, like seeing Leonard Williams playing football and then seeing him be like a sweetheart in Magic. He's really nice. He's really nice. I got to play with him. What does Arachna do? 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you exile the top card of your library, and you may play that card this turn. Nice. That's a double whammy. This feels like a solid rare for limited. She does not need to be the one attacking, and gets you card advantage. It's only during this turn, though. But, like, it's self-enabling, which I think is really strong. Jackal, genius geneticist. He's so funny looking. He's the one who did the Clone Saga, I think. Oh my god, look, for Professor Miles Warren's, all any problem needs is a lot of clones and not a lot of ethics. My man, Simic would love you. Trample. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value equal to Jackal's power, copy that spell. This copy isn't legendary, and then put a +1/+1 counter on Jackal? That's such a fun idea for a commander. Oh my gosh. Because you need to have like a huge variety of powers to like get the most out, or ways to manipulate power. Yes, this is very much like, yes, I'm an evil villain. Let's do more cloning. Yeah, that seems fun. You know he's evil when he's alliterating? Yes, he's the genius geneticist. How do I feel about this card in Limited? I'd say in Limited, this card is difficult to set up to actually trigger. Because you need to start with a 1-power creature, and that's just like, okay, you gotta have that and then another. If you do get some value out of it, though, that's pretty rad, and I feel like it's not bad. It's definitely the kind of card that, like, you could get a ton out of, and it's gonna be awesome feeling when you do. The fact that it's only 2 mana for a 1/1 is also like, okay, if you don't get it to work, it might eat some removal because your opponent's afraid of it. Apparently the Clone Saga comics took 8 years to fully wrap up. Sheesh, that's a long time. Yeah, you could also manipulate his power with +1/+1 counters. Very true. Which there's some of in green and some of in white. Cosmic Spider-Man. Or Scions of the Spider. 5 mana, 5/5, flying, first strike, trample, lifelink, haste. This is the ultimate spider lord. It is the give every power to every spider. At the beginning of combat on your turn, other spiders you control gain flying, first strike, trample, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. So yeah, it's your 5-color spider commander. It's definitely in the set, so you can play it as your all Spider-Man commander. This is the Captain Universe power on Spider-Man. Thank you. The Unipower. The Enigma Force, maybe. Because it granted Peter the greatest power, and with it, the greatest responsibility. Wow, Uncle Ben would have loved that. Nice. The Spooger. I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to talk about my great New York Jewish culture. Some bagel and schmear. Which I'm not sure if it's the first time a Yiddish word has appeared on a Magic card, but it's probably the best time. All right, I'll be right back. Bagel and schmear. It's a food. And apparently they wanted it to cost 0, but it costs 1 instead. That's a shame. It would have gone great with all the other breakfast foods for some cereal. We've got a food, so you can pay 2, sacrifice it, gain 3, draw a card. You can put this in like your Ratchet decks. That's fun. Or you can share it instead of just noshing. Pay 1, tap, sack an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature and draw a card. So you have 2 different ways you can use this card. It's not bad. So for anybody who doesn't know what a bagel is, schmear is like the topping you put on your bagel. It's usually like cream cheese. So there you go. We have a Yiddish word now in Magic. We were actually just looking up to see if shtick or anything have ever shown up there. You think that this is not enough? I actually think that's plenty. That's plenty of cream cheese. However, I do think it could use some locks. I think it could use some locks. Should it get a Scryfall tag for has Yiddish? Yeah! We all know eating cream cheese makes you more powerful. Apparently from one of the unsets, we had Tchotchke Elemental. Okay. That would be more Yiddish, but it's also an unset card. Tchotchke is a Yiddish word? I believe so. It certainly sounds like it. In limited, this is fine. It's nothing like crazy. It's like 2 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature and draw a card, which, yeah. I think we can do that for 1 mana now with Honor, and we don't have that much artifact synergy. So I'd probably skip this card unlimited, despite the bagels. Doc Ock's Tentacles. A 1 mana artifact equipment. Whenever a creature you control with a mana value 5 or greater enters, you can have it automatically equip, and it gives +4/+4 and equips for 5. Oh, cool. So when Doc Ock enters the 4/8/1, you can make him into an 8/12, and then he'll be like, just real strong. This is a very cheap equipment that easily puts itself onto the big trampling stuff and the big menace cards. I think this is pretty good and limited, and it's a rare, so that makes sense. It also does have equip 5, so if you don't have a big boy, you haven't drawn your big boys, you can just pay 5 and make your other creatures huge. Eerie Gravestone. Oh, there's a Spider-Man coming back. Is that a Venom Spider-Man? I feel like I saw that on one of the bonus sheets too. No, it's not Uncle Ben coming back. I think it was Reanimate. Yeah, this is the actual comic piece. Kraven buries him alive. It's just Black Suit Spider-Man? Okay, so buries him alive, and this is him coming back because you've murdered a mask, but you haven't murdered a man. It's Peter after Kraven kills him. What does it do? 2 mana. When this artifact enters, you draw a card. You can also pay to sacrifice this artifact, mill 4 cards, and you may put a creature card from among them into your hand. That seems fine to me. You might whiff on the mill 4, but the fact that it like cantrips makes it a lot better. So it's like a 2 mana, it replaces itself, and then later on you can use it to potentially get a creature. I actually don't really feel it's that crazy. It's just fine. Yeah, somebody's asking, is it symbiote in disguise as the black suit or cloth black suit? Apparently it's cloth black suit in this scene. Kraven just puts him in a month-long coma and buries him and says, "Here lies Spider-Man." It has to hit the mill, yeah. It only looks at the 4 cards for the creature. Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. Spider-Man is being very good by patiently waiting. And he's even reading the paper while this man takes a selfie with him. And he's like, oh no. News from yesterday. He wants a 1 with everything. Aw, me too. I want a hot dog so bad. I want a hot dog. This is a 3 mana rock. When it enters, you get a food, and it taps for mana of any color. Okay, that's nice. How does he eat with the mask? He rolls it up. He probably takes the hot dog, because they're usually like a little wrapped up. He takes it, and he takes it to the roof of a building, and then you go... If you open like some 3-color Spider-Man, this is a good way to fix for it. It is a good way to fix for it. Interdimensional Web Watch. 4-mana artifact. When this artifact enters, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. Okay, so some card advantage. And it enables the, was it red-green archetype? Or it was a red archetype? Tap, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this only to cast spells from exile. Oh, weird. I don't know how I feel about this. Because it does essentially refund some mana for those. Yeah, chat, I fully agree. Good and prosper. But so's everything. Somebody's also saying, like, yeah, good in Rocco, good and prosper. Good in, like, cast from exile. PNLR, I think, is also in that vein. It's blinkable. Yeah, there's some cool stuff you can do with this. And it's nice, at least it's until the end of your next turn for playing the card. Somebody's saying Kellen the Kid. Kellen the Kid is a play from exile commander. So is Vega. Crime. Yeah, the Crime usually exiles things and casts from exile. I think that it's probably okay and limited. It's like a weird 4-mana draw 2 that refunds 2. Definitely put it as a I'd need to experience it. The more cast from exile stuff you have, the better it is. Yeah, it's definitely for commander. Iron Spider Stark upgrade. So this is actually the full spider hero here. The 3-mana, 2/3 vigilance. It's like a mecha spider suit. It's like Iron Man, except Spider-Man. Tap, put a +1/+1 counter on each artifact, creature, and or vehicle you control. Wow, really? On a guy with vigilance? That's sweet. Pay 2, remove 2 +1/+1 counters from among artifacts you control, and draw a card. Nice. That's a solid card, unlimited, or that yeah, nice. There's not that many artifact creatures, I imagine, in this deck, I say. Or in the set. What the hell, man? But still, because, like, it does modified and it works with itself. This seems fine. Yeah, I think that's a fine card for limited. Chat saying it's Civil War era. Peter appreciated the powerful new suit sent by Tony Stark, but he soon found it came with some strings attached. Living Brain, Mechanical Marvel. You give us this, but not the wall? Is this like an evil toy that's come to life? Robot villain. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target non-equipment artifact you control becomes an artifact creature that's a 3/3 and you untap it. Okay, that's fine if you're doing some artifact stuff, but I don't know how much artifact stuff there is in this set. Mechanical Mobster. Oh, by the way, pretty obvious. It works great with this. Mechanical Mobster. More mobster than machine. He's a man-made man. Yes, thanks, Spider-Man. 3-mana, 2/1. When this creature enters, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Target creature you control connives. Oh. That's kind of like the... There's like a 3-mana with flash that was kind of like that. Oh, that one was on attack. He's the $1 million man, but he stole it all. Yeah, it seems fine. I like a little graveyard hate in this set, especially because we have those, abilities that can be used in the graveyard. News helicopter. Weirdly, it's a construct and not a vehicle, unlike the ferry to Staten Island. News helicopter is a 3-mana 1/1 flyer. When it enters, you also get a 1/1 human citizen token. This is a great card for web slinging. Enters the battlefield, easy to attack in with, and then you put it back in your hand and you play your other thing. Seems fine for specifically that archetype, or maybe even ores and equipments, modifying it. Passenger ferry. I think that's a very nice rendition of the fairy, by the way. It's a 3-mana 4/3 vehicle. When it attacks, you can pay blue. And when you do, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. It has a crew of 2. Crew being another web-slinging enabler, also worth noting. And yeah, that's cool. Can bring something along with it, make it unblockable. You don't need to crew a helicopter? Not this one. It's a living construct. I genuinely don't understand what's going on with that. I assume it was for balance reasons. It has a news crew. Was the fairy in the comics? The fairy is in real life. I assume it appeared at some point in comics. Peter Parker's camera. It's because Peter Parker takes photos of himself and then sells them to J. Jonah Jameson. I like how he's using like a film camera here, but we very clearly have like cell phones taking selfies and other things because this is a mishmash of every single Spider-Man at the same time. How does Parker get these close-ups? Yeah, because he's taking them himself. This artifact enters with 3 film counters. You can pay to tap and remove a film counter from this to copy an activated or triggered ability you control and choose new targets. Okay, not for me, but it's kind of cute. Rocket-powered goblin glider. Yeah, one second. Let me see if I can get like an actual photo of the Staten Island ferry. Come on. Staten Island ferry facts. Here's our service fleet. Look, it even has the little inlet for when it nudges up against the thing. Yeah, I've taken this ferry before. Does the camera work with Kilo? I guess you could pay 2 and use it to copy the proliferate, and it gets proliferated, so it gets more film. I don't think I would use it in limited. Like Peter Parker's camera, unless you have like an ability you're like really need to copy, and you're willing to set it up. It feels like a lot of work. Rocket-powered goblin glider. In equipment, I assume it gives flying. Yep, flying and haste. It's got an equip of 2 and also a mayhem of 2. Nice. So you can cast this for cheaper if you discard it. And if you cast it from the graveyard, it automatically equips. That's pretty nice. I think that's solid. It's also a rare though, so like, I don't know like how heavily I'd pick it, but it's cool, especially with discard synergy. It also feels like it's pretty good on its own. It's inexpensive equipment, but like, that's how it is. Spider-Bot. 2 mana, 2/1 with reach. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it on top, and then shuffle and then put it on top. These are nice cards for fixing. If you're running like a 3-color deck, these sort of cards are very helpful. It's also a 2/1 with reach, so it's not terrible otherwise. Seems solid if you need some fixing. Colorless fixing that's just getting you one of your different lands. Spider-Mobile. Yup, because Spider-Man has a car. Johnny Storm helped make it. Oh, look, there's your Fantastic Four. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with trample, and when it attacks or blocks, it gets +1/+1 for each spider you control. Yup, that's a silly car. Spider Slayer. Hatred honed. Oh, we saw the suit before. So Spider Slayer, is that the oh gosh, I could have sworn we saw that suit up here, right? Where was it? It was like one of the blue whites. Blue white. It was this. Is it this? That's the guy in the wheelchair? Thanks, chat. You're helping me so much with my Spider-Men, so I can now forget half of this immediately. 2 mana, 2/1. When Spider Slayer deals damage to a spider, destroy that creature. Okay, kind of like Dinosaur Hunter. 6 mana, exile this card from your graveyard and make 2 tapped 1/1 robots with flying. Yay! I like that. It's fine. It's nice that it has a graveyard ability. That equipment goes great with this with the card I revealed. Yeah. Spider Suit. Nothing beats the classic look. 1 mana, equip 3. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and becomes a spider hero. It's fine. It's real good if you're evasive, I guess. It gets better like that. Or if you have a lot of modify payoff. But it seems like almost every modify payoff we've had is self-enabling. Most of them don't seem like they need much else. Steel Wrecking Ball. 5 mana artifact. When it enters, it deals 5 damage to target creature. Okay, so that's some colorless removal. There's very little removal in this set, it felt. Especially red felt like it had really bad removal outside of the red-green hybrid fight spell. What website is this? This is mtgset.review. You can support them on Patreon. Yay. Oh, you can't see it. It says Patreon there. Heads up, it's time for a fast game of catch. That's cool that it can destroy one of your opponent's equipments, and it's also removal. I actually think that's not bad. Subway train, because sometimes Spider-Man's got to take the train. 2 mana, artifact, vehicle. When it enters, you can pay green. If you do, get a basic land, put it in your hand. And a crew of 2. Yeah, that's fine. A good talking point about the number of legends, how it would affect limited. I think it's fine. Like, we've had another super heavy limited set, the Final Fantasy set. And I actually think that a lot of the legends are less interesting and less weird in this one. So it's probably a bit easier to track what's going on with them. As for, like, worries about having repeat ones, it will happen, but, you know, that's magic. Daily Bugle Building. Taps for colorless. Or you can use it to convert mana. Or you can pay 1, tap, target legendary creature gains medicine till end of turn. Activate this. Oh my god. It's the Daily Bugle calling Spider-Man a menace. Yeah, right. Smear campaign. Multiversal Passage. This card actually looks pretty cool. So this lets you choose a basic land type, and it's like a pseudo shock. You could pay 2 to have it enter untapped, or otherwise it'll enter tapped, but it's fixing. I don't know how much play it will see, but I know people are probably speccing on this for standard. You could also smear your opponent's creatures as a crime. Yeah, it does not say that you control on it. We also got this cycle of tapped lands. These duels. These are going to be great and limited, especially because, like, it's got a surveil ability. We also have I don't think it's a full cycle of the tricolor lands. Enter tapped. If it enters from a graveyard, you lose 2 life, so don't bring it back from the graveyard. Taps for all 3 colors, and it does have mayhem, so if you discard it, you can bring it back, which is really neat. This is part of that same surveil cycle. Sinister Hideout. Suburban Sanctuary. University Campus. Here's another part of that, like, it's like, again, it's not a real cycle, I don't think. It's just 1 for villains, 1 for heroes. This is the hero one. Taps for Bant. Pay 2, return a tapped creature you control to its owner's hand to put this onto the battlefield at sorcery speed. So it has web slinging. We also got, I showed this one before, Evolving Wilds / Terramorphic Expanse. We now have a 3rd one, Vibrant Cityscape. That's New York City, baby. Yep. New York City. Yeah, it's kind of ramp, because you could, like, on turn 1, play a creature. Turn 2, you've played a land, you attack with the creature, you put it back in your hand, and you put this into play, and now you have 3 lands. Bam. Notably, it comes onto the battlefield tapped no matter what, unless you have, like, Spelunking out. Like, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Before I talk about the bonus sheet, I'm going to take another quick break, and then it's time to rumble. So this bonus sheet is all reprints. They are not standard legal, but many of them are new to Arena. Cards like Comeuppance will probably see some play in Commander. You take your opponent's, or I should say in Brawl, because it's new to Brawl, you take your opponent's big hit, and you turn it right back around at them. This is sometimes half a board wipe on top of it. I actually think it probably is limited runnable, because it would probably kill something that's attacking you. Many things, possibly. Because it takes the damage from creatures and deals it back to the creatures. It takes damage from non-creatures and deals it to their controller. I think it's really neat as like a 4-mana gotcha, comeuppance, stop hitting yourself. It's a cool one. So I'd say it's a maybe for limited. Leyline Binding is best the more colors you're in. If you're in a 3-color deck, I'd say Leyline Binding is fine. It's essentially like a Banishing Light with Flash. And it's okay. It's much more of a reprint, like, for just having more copies of Leyline Binding, because that's very popular in Modern, where you have fetch lands that can grab you Triomes and Shock lands, so you can easily get this down to 1 mana. And it triggers up the Beanstalk, which I think might be banned in a lot of places. Yeah. Leyline Binding did rotate out of standard because it was part of Dominaria United, right? It's only Pioneer legal at this point? Damn. Beans. 9 lives. 9 lives lets you get hit 9 times, and then you lose. So you have to have 9 different sources deal damage to you, and then this gets sacrificed and you lose the game. Or if somebody has a way to destroy your hexproof enchantment, you lose. In Limited, I'm trying to remember how 9 lives felt. I feel like people didn't really play it. Maybe it's because there were too many tokens in the set. Maybe there's fewer in this set. Yeah. Probably not worth it. Path to Exile. It is very good removal because it's instant speed. It exiles, but it does ramp your opponent. So don't use it on the early threats. Use it in the late game. Do play it, though. What color is Black Cat? She's mono black. Reprieve. Pretty good in Limited. Great in Constructed. We already have it in Brawl, and it sees a lot of play. I'll probably keep playing the Lord of the Rings art, though, over Spider-Man taking a nap in a little web hammock. Rest in Pappies. If you have no graveyard synergy, and your opponent is playing Grixis, this might actually be pretty nice. That said, in best of 3, you sideboard it in. You're probably not playing it otherwise, even though there is graveyard stuff, because you can't guarantee that your opponent is playing graveyard synergy. But it's a very helpful card if they are. Wedding Ring! It is coming to Arena, but you usually don't want to play this in 1v1. When this enters, if it was cast, target opponent gets a copy of it. Whenever an opponent who controls an artifact named Wedding Ring does a card during your turn, you also draw a card, and vice versa. So, if they gain life, you gain life, and if they draw cards, you draw cards, and if you draw cards, they draw cards. It's back and forth. Wedding Ring, there might be like some cute prison decks that are like just stalling the game with this. Yes, I do not like the choice to make these frameless. I assume this was a comic cover, too. Clever Impersonator. This is a nice clone card. It enters as a copy of any non-land permanent on the battlefield, including like artifacts, enchantments, and your opponent's stuff. I like Clever Impersonator. I think it's just fine. Only time where it's bad is where your opponent doesn't have anything and you don't have anything. But at that point, like, whatever. You can take a turn off anyway. Yeah, a lot of the art is cool. I think this Clever Impersonator art is actually very good. But then you have a piss yellow counterspell of Doc Ock slapping Spider-Man. Remember, in Arena, we're just getting, like, counterspell with regular counterspell art. I don't even think they're giving us new art for most of these. Yeah, listen, it's old Steve Ditko art. It's old-timey. The text box is silly. Yeah, it's, like, on his feet. No, all of these. So this entire bonus sheet is all art directly from the comics. I think some of it has been cleaned up a little bit, because not all of it was, like, done in hardline digital, so they're like, scans that were cleaned up. But still. Doc Ock Armed and Dangerous is Lorthos the Tidemaker, who is like the octopus that's an 8/8/8 kind of thing. It's 8 mana, it's an 8/8. When it attacks, you can pay 8 mana to tap up to 8 target permanents, and they do not untap during your untap step. You probably don't want to play this in Limited. This is a silly card. And I don't think anyone will play it in Brawl. Mindbreak Trap. Actually very cool. This is a 4 mana, exile any number of target spells, and it can also be free if your opponent has been casting a lot of spells, or if they're like storming or something. Mindbreak Trap, I think, is pretty good and constructed. Sees, like, it's not useless and limited. It's a good counter spell. It's also one of, like, what, 2 traps in Arena? Yeah, absolutely good in CEDH, where it allows you to selectively hit certain spells on the stack. And also, like, your opponents are probably casting a ton of spells if they're trying to win on a turn. Good old Mindbreak Trap. Mystic Confluence. This is a modal spell. You get to choose 3, but you can choose the same one multiple times. I think this is pretty decent and limited. It can bounce 3 creatures, or draw 3 cards, or counter a spell, bounce a creature, draw a card, or super counter a spell if you need your opponent to, like, pay 6 for it. I think Mystic Confluence is good and limited. It will see some play in Brawl. It's a good modal spell. Ponder. It'll see play anywhere where it's legal, because it's Ponder. I want to say banned in Modern? Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put them back in any order, and draw. This art makes sense. It looks like Spider-Man contemplating. I don't know why he's covered in bloody goop. Is he on, like, a meat sculpture? This is the art of the first time Spider-Man got Venom. Is it? Yeah, I don't know why this is Mystic Confluence. Hi, Scraps. You don't like Yuriko getting Ponder? Neither do I. Rite of Replication. Oh my god, I played a game of Brawl this week, of Standard Brawl, where my opponent did a kicked Rite of Replication on a Reclamation Sage, and it made me feel like I was playing Commander from, like, 5 years ago. And it made me so happy of, like, yes, this used to be the kind of stuff that happened in Commander when I was playing. It was great. Anyway, this is very busy art. It's 10 million Spider-Mans. Yes, it's thematic. No, it's not easy to read. Traumatize. Fill half of an opponent's deck. I don't know if this is new to Arena, but we have the same effects on other things. Okay, come on, girl. Come up here. Come up. Come up on the desk, honey. Do you need me to get up? Okay. Scraps, you get up here. Here you go, girl. I'll give you a piece of grass. Is that what you want? You want a piece of grass? Yes, please. Oh, look, it's Swarm. And it has Feed the Swarm. Evil never dies, it just becomes bees. That's what he says. That's what he said on his card. Did you like that piece of grass, girl? This is not new to Arena. And as far as like how is it in Limited, it's fine in Limited. It destroys a target creature in enchantment. You do lose life, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do to kill things. Hex. Oh my god. It's the Sinister Six, and they made him tiny. Yeah, honey. They look horrible. They look like villains. Hexes destroy 6 target creatures. I would not play this in Limited. There need to be 6 creatures to target. It's kind of like a board wipe, but it's a board wipe you can't always use. It's not up to 6. Is this early Eric Larson art? Yeah, he probably got better over time. I mean, I imagine drawing professionally, you get real good at art for some people. Infernal Grasp, that's better removal. It can't hit enchantments, but it destroys any creature at instant speed, and you lose 2 life. Scraps, look! Venom's got his jaw unhinged all freaky. And I guess Spider-Man died. Alright. Yeah, the comic this art is from. Yeah, old comic art. Like, there's kind of like the campy old art, and then there's like that middle awkward era of like the 80s. And then you have a lot of like the kind of high quality standards going into like the 90s, especially like once we got into the digital era, like digital inking and stuff. I think it really went up. Opposition Agent. This is Agent Venom, who is Flash Thompson, who has Flash. This is new to Arena, and there is some stuff that searches in the set, but not that much that it's relevant. It's also just like, it's a fine creature. It's a 3-mana 3/2 with Flash. It does mess with your opponents if they're searching. I don't think there was any way to force your opponent to search either. No Field of Ruins. Yeah, probably Field. We don't talk about that. I mean, I think I like the choice for Opposition Agent. I think this is huge for Brawl. In a world where everybody is running 10,000 fetch lands, because you should, this really punishes them. There are a few cool bonus sheets for Timeless. Yeah. Reanimate. It's Reanimate. It is, yes, it's very good and limited, especially with the amount of draw and discard, because you can steal your opponent's stuff too. Not new to Arena or anywhere else. Still good. Saw in Half is new to Arena. I'm very happy about this one, actually. Saw in Half is the... It's like a red... Or sorry, it's like a black clone card. It's really cool. You destroy your own creatures, split it in half, and then make 2 copies of it. I like it. It's a great way to get like extra enter the battlefield and on death effects. Hey, Sergeant Saul! Sergeant Salt's the person who made this, saying, sorry about the terrible anti-aliasing on Firefox. It works fine on stream. Yeah, if you're wondering why there's like a little ing around the edges, it's because I have it like... because I have it running. I've had it running for like 3 hours. It might be fixed after a hard refresh. Oh, we're almost done. But thank you so much, Sergeant Salt, and also thank you for the resub. Also, thank you for making this tool. If you guys want to support the creator, there is a Patreon for the Magic Set Review that you can help support. Boop. Yeah, I like Saw in Half a lot. I like it in Commander. I'm gonna like it in Brawl. It's also fun and limited too. Oh my gosh, scraps. This is Skitherix. It is pretty good and limited. It can win kind of out of nowhere, and it's also an annoying card to deal with because it can be regenerated. Also, it is the most serving card of the set. My god, look at the art. Hello, how are you doing? It's Skitherix. Pretty good and limited. Nick, do you see this kitty? Yeah, she's so cute. Is he a dragon and a Phyrexian? No, this is just what they coded him as for this. Garblin Bombardment is actually... I genuinely wish this was just in a regular frame, because I do like the goblin being on... Or Green Goblin being on, like, a goblin bombardment. I think that's fun, and I think this art is funny. I just don't like this framing. Like, move this up, shrink it down a little bit, and give me a text box. Also, Goblin Bombardment. I don't think I love it in this set. I kind of like it with the guy who draws the cards when your non-tokens die, because there weren't really other sacrifice outlets. Spider-Gwen Web Warrior is a Nagila the Blade Blossom. Not many warriors in this set, except for her. And she can attack to get her own trigger. You're probably not going to be untapping with the ability and getting the extra combat, because you'd have to be in 5 colors. Oh, if you're wondering why Scraps just looked over like, oh my god, it's because it just started raining. Like, really heavily raining. That's her, like, staring towards the windows. So now you have the choice between Cloud or Spider-Gwen as the art in Arena. Yeah, for Nagila. I've heard both. I don't know. The Blade Blossom. Such a good girl. Look at her staring forward. Still. Relentless Assault is an extra combat. Untap all creatures. Take an extra combat. Then an extra main phase. Relentless Assault... It's definitely going to be good for a bunch of Brawl decks that are looking for the cheapest way to take additional combats. I still wish we had Karlach. It's fine. If you are a deck that's like maybe Gruul, Relentless Assault can certainly end a game. Savage Beating. A 5-mana instant. You can cast it only during your turn and only during combat. You can choose 1. All creatures you control gain double strike. Or untap all creatures you control and get an additional main phase. But if you pay 7 mana instead of 5, you do both. So that's another game ender. Same thing. It's like in limited, sometimes this is just a dead card in hand, and sometimes it wins games. It's tough. Yeah, these are both additional combat cards. Sorry if I said it wrong. It's an iconic panel. Bet. Shock. Wait. But... Sorry, she's threatening to bite me. I can't type the K. If you're gonna have a gimmick, embrace it. It's literally the same card on the bonus sheet with the same guy doing the same frickin' thing. Oh my god, Scraps, you're so cute. Do you want to go look at the rain, honey? It got so dark. Wow. Amazing Spider-Man 72. That's the cover. Nice. Thrill of Possibility. Pretty fine and limited. You discard and you draw 2. But we had that other card in a set that was sorcery speed, but didn't require the discard if your hand was empty. Yay. I don't love the choice of art, but I'm just like, I'm not that big on these like full arts. I feel like they must appeal to collectors, but they don't appeal that much to me who really likes legible standardized cards. Face it, Tiger. You just hit the jackpot. Her eyes are kind of like, looking in 2 different directions. It's like a big discard, draw, and get some treasures. It's a nice card, unlimited. Winds of Change. Sorcery speed. This is like a weird wheel. This is the first time we're getting like a wheel type effect like this in Arena. Each player shuffles the cards from their hand into their library and draws that many cards. If you have something that punishes draw or is getting you more draw, this can be a huge card, especially for 1 mana. This absolutely will see play. And yeah, I would say that is a huge card to get in Arena. It's probably going to see some playing like some Timeless stuff too. We have Valakut Awakening. That's just you. This is everyone. Yeah, we have Dark Deal. Yeah, it's I don't personally like it that much in Limited. I wouldn't play it, but I think it's very cool that it's coming to Arena. Was there draw burn in this set? Not that I can think of. Arachna Genesis. This is another weird fog. Instant speed. Create spiders based on a number of things attacking you. Prevent all damage that would be dealt by non-spider creatures. Which is actually weirdly worse in this set than it would be anywhere else. Because the set is predominantly spider people. There's like 40 of them. I am happy to see Arachna Genesis coming to Arena, though. Oh my god, that's heavy rain. Oh, I'm glad I closed all the windows already. I'm sure I'll get blown out by this in some Limited. I think this is bigger, actually, for Brawl than it is for Limited, too. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wait, I gotta look out this window once we're done. We're almost done. Master Weaver, Web Protector. This is Arachna, good and limited. It is a giant spider. It's a 3/5, and it makes a spider when your opponent casts an instant or sorcery. We already have an Arena. Beast Within. This is new to Arena. Destroys any permanent lands included and gives your opponent a beast. Good and limited. Good and constructed. It's a classic, like genuinely one of the most classic commander removal cards, I feel. Heroic Intervention, a 3-mana instant. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible. It's okay in Limited. There is a board wipe that you have to avoid, but other than that, I think that it's just kind of a nice card. I actually don't like it that much in Limited, but it's a classic in like everywhere else. Hunter's Insight. Choose target creature you control whenever it deals combat damage to a player this turn. Player or planeswalker, you draw that many cards. Really nice to put on your huge creatures. That said, the creatures in the set are not that big, but it could still draw you like 5 cards, which if you are in a Gruul deck or a big green deck, that could be pretty nice. It will probably see a little play in Brawl. Parallel Lives doubles your tokens. This set does not have that much token making. That said, if you do have a bunch of the token makers, I still probably wouldn't run it. It's a great card to pick up for Commander, though. I think it's very expensive, if I remember right. This is new to Arena. Wait, Mastodon, you said we're getting a tornado warning? Mastodon is another Massachusetts person, and is probably seeing the exact same storm I'm seeing right now. Dude, you're getting, like, crazy heavy rain, right? We have a tornado warning? I have a severe thunderstorm warning on my phone. Oh, yikes. Yeah, Declan in chat, also another Massachusetts person. Well, I'm in a subathon, so I'm just gonna stare at the storm. If only I had like a good camera to capture it, but it got super dark outside. I can like not really see outside, even though it's only like 5:30. No, the phone says thunderstorm, news says NATO's. My guess is that there's probably a tornado warning near Worcester, because they occasionally do get those, like middle of the state. We have a basement we can get to. But we would get an alert. Aww. Thank you so much, Bay Golem, for gifting 5 subs to Kenobi, Fairy Fencer, Sandy, Oreos, Karsta, and Shadow Ira. Cheapest Parallel Lives is $26. Yeah, so you open this card in a draft, you take it because it's worth at least $26. Probably. Silk Guard puts counters on up to X creatures and gives your auras, equipment, and modified creatures, such as the ones that you just put counters on, hexproof until end of turn. That's actually pretty nice in a Scales deck. I like Silk Guard. I could see playing this in a bunch of different Scales decks. And in Limited, I think it's pretty good too because of the modified theme. Tangle! What's Tangle? Oh, it's a fog! Oh god, we have so many new fog cards. It's good for Tameo Turbo Fog in Brawl. Each attacking creature also does not untap during its controller's next unstep. Oof, there's a bunch of like Simic flash decks that might consider running this. That's a really annoying fog. Terminate! It kills the thing! Can't be regenerated. That's just good removal. Do play this in Limited. Probably put it in some Brawl decks too. It's a great removal. You love this art? I think that's pretty cool. I think this is very cool. I don't feel that this really communicates that it's a fog or that it's green, but it is sexy. I do like the big tangle of webs and he's like kind of crawling at it for you. That's good. Terminate is new to Arena. Yeah, very good removal. Iron Spider, Civil Warrior, who's actually Alibu Ancient Witness. Oh, cool. This is a artifact creature, Golem. It's a legend. You can have it as your commander. It's a 5-mana 4/5. Other artifact creatures you control have haste, and whenever one or more artifact creatures you control attack, it deals X damage to any target unless you scry X, where X is the number of attacked artifacts you control, including non-creatures. This is a very cool card. I don't love it that much in Limited, but I do still think it's a good card in Limited because you have a couple artifact creatures, and this is just a very nice card. This is a very expensive card. I could believe it. I don't think it's ever been reprinted. Scryfall. Alibu. Yeah, it was, oh no, it looks like the base version was like $3 with a star. Oh, that's funny. The foil, which is the one that comes with the pre-con, is cheaper than the non-foil, which you had to like get separately. Oh, there's a cheap version from Edge of Eternity's Commander. I didn't know it was an Edge of Eternity's Commander. Cool. Is that Cap shield he's on? Yeah, somebody said this was like Civil War era, so that would make sense. Bad foiling case. We'll see. Anyways, that's all of the cards that are draftable, and yeah, that's fun. I think the set will be weird for drafting. Some of the cards are weird scrumple bumps, and some of the art is strange, especially on the bonus sheet. As somebody who learned a lot about Spider-Man today, I think some of it looks cool. I really like the guy who turns into a land. I think that's cool design. But for the most part, I don't know. This set is definitely one of the more lackluster ones, and I think most people feel that way unless they're really big into Spider-Man. We'll see how it drafts. I don't think it'll have that much impact on Standard, but it might. I don't know. I don't play Standard right now. Definitely a lot of good new cards for Brawl, though, on that bonus sheet. Cool. Very cool.